All right, good afternoon, everybody. We are coming to you live from Park Grove Bowl in Cottage Grove, Minnesota. This is the CBA tournament. What we're seeing right now is there was a tie for 16th and 17th. We took the top 16 into match play between Zach Mitchell and Dalton Gatlin. So watch them bowl this match, and whoever makes the match gets in the top 16. The other person cashes. I am Tom Corbett. Standing next to me here is Jason Hanson, our tournament director.
Come on, hey there.
All right. I know he's going to say hi eventually.
Yeah, eventually I'd get this mic on.
So we got going one game match because they tied for either to make the cut or just to cash. If it would just been a tie for like 13th, 14th, somewhere in there, we just use the highest last game to seed them is all it is really. So this is the second time we've had a tie for the cut here.
Making it in, yeah.
4 years, yeah. And Zach Mitchell was in the other one also against a different lefty. He didn't win that. He didn't win that match, and the lefty that won the match turned out to win the tournament. So I don't know if that looks good for Dalton or not.
Yeah. Hopefully for Zach's, for his case, he's hoping obviously to make it a 50-50 stat.
Exactly, yeah, right. So while these guys are bowling, we'll run down the top 16. Leading qualifier, Ryan Julian, coming from Iowa. He goes to school at Mount Mercy, but he also lives in New Zealand, Auckland, New Zealand. So I got the pleasure of crossing with him today. He only averaged 237 for the 8 games.
He struggled.
Yeah, the last couple he didn't. He had a 199 in there and a 220 and a 2-1. Other than that, he averaged 230 some. Anyway, he's 301 over. Chad Nelson, second at 246. Brady Stearns plus 211 was third. Dave Langer plus 123 is fourth. Those three bowlers we normally say their names
A fair amount.
a fair amount. It's the other guy.
Most tournaments.
Yeah, this next guy who's been really bowling well, Mike Upton at plus 80, qualified fifth. He's been. I was glad to see him bowl a lot more of these too, because he's pretty good. And of course, Jeff Walther, I think the guy who's got more 300s than anybody in the state of Minnesota.
Yeah, I think it was 110 or 112 something now. Yeah,
100 more
lot.
than me almost.
It's a
Not
lot.
quite, but 90 more anyway. Will Matafee, who did have a 300 today, he was seventh at plus 67. Mark Blaha, who's just starting to bowl some CBAs.
Yeah, good
got
to see
plus
him out.
50. He was eighth. Dylan Hanson, ninth at plus 2. Tyler Kurkowski, plus 1 is 10th. And he's starting to bowl a lot more of these tournaments. He did win the Twin City Masters about a month and a half ago, so that was good. Anthony Stewart, 11th at even. Katie Ansop Schrader at minus 1 was 12th. Ryan Swiderski at minus 4 was 13th. And William Jones, also minus 4, was 14th. Jerry Haldorf, the ageless wonder, minus 28 was 15th, and now you have Dalton Gatlin and Zach Mitchell at 36 under, tied for 16th and 17th. We should have had a bonus senior, I believe, and we did, and that was Bob Davis at Lyle Kuhlman.
Yep.
I forgot he was on.
Lyle wasn't
51.
listed as a senior. We got him in there,
Correct.
so Lyle is the bonus senior.
And we didn't have any other bonus casters there, so. All right, both bowlers clean.
This is starting the way the other one looked for Zach when he had a roll-off to get in against the lefty.
It did.
He is down right away, and Dalton has a good look.
Well, who has to be home earlier is the one who's not going to win.
Right. Yeah, it was a little bit of a slow start today. You tack that on to 5 on a pair for the majority of the pairs that were being used today.
Yeah.
So the qualifying was a little slower. It was a good thing to have. We had 52 entries in a 24-lane house. So, obviously the numbers are there. That puts you 5 on a bunch of pairs. Anyways, it was a really good turnout, especially on, a cold of a day as it is.
With the sun shining, blue sky.
It looks pretty nice if you're sitting inside your house and you look outside, but don't open the door.
No, it's 13 below or whatever, and tonight it's going to get down a little bit colder, and tomorrow night, even 17 below, I believe.
Yeah.
But where I'm going to be tomorrow, it's going to be 80 and sunny, Jason.
Well, that won't be so bad then.
I'm leaving tomorrow morning to go to Fort Lauderdale to go on a Caribbean cruise for 14 days.
Any Twins games or any? I suppose not this time of year.
No,
We're
not
not
in the
quite
Caribbean.
there. You can't. Yeah.
Now, the Caribbean World Series, I think, is over. I'm not sure if it is or not, but a couple years ago, was it just last year? We were in Punta Cana, and they were doing the Caribbean World Series.
Okay.
So I got to watch it on TV, and our own Miguel Sano, the ex-Twin, was on the winning team for the Dominican Republic. He didn't do much, but at least he was on the team.
Yeah.
I will be going down to Fort Myers and watch the Twins in
The actual spring training.
training in March sometime, and then opening day is like March 27th or something like that in St. Louis, and opening home here at
opener?
Target Field is April 3rd, I believe.
Nice. Those early ones can get a little chilly. Well, the story for Zach here is he needs to strike. It's a flat 10. We had kind of a busy tournament day today, and so I didn't get to see a lot of the scores, but they were a little higher than I thought they were going to be coming into the bit, all in all. But with taking 16, it still got down to that, minus. We did it 36, yeah.
Right.
Yeah, so you have that many people, it usually there's 8 or 10 maybe that are really whacking it pretty good, but the numbers settle down some.
You mentioned that it was a little hectic in score, but your two helpers, Jason, they get scores right away.
They're pretty good.
Jason's wife, Stacy, and his daughter, Allie, and they're getting scores every game. They have them out every game after game 2, 4, 6, and 7, so everybody knows where they are. There's a couple tournaments I bowl where other people are running them. I don't want to say anything bad about people running tournaments because I really like that, but bowlers need to know where they are.
Yeah.
Some don't care at all, but there's a lot of people want to know, okay, do I change balls and need 200? Do I need 250?
Do I need to be aggressive? Yeah. Right.
So it's good to know those scores.
Yep. No, they did a great job today. It was almost more just navigating everything else that was kind of going on along with it. But anyway, so I just didn't get a whole lot of chance to see what these scores were. But I do know that the left has stayed pretty nice for the most part. But there was a chunk of urethane that went down the left side. So I don't know how that's going to translate as we go deeper into this, and I haven't even looked at the overall numbers. I'm just stating the little bit that I did see where it looked like the left had a little bit more hold, especially, and not odd. As you come down the stretch, the righties are going to have blown up the whole right side of the lane, and they're able to navigate with less traffic. But it'll be interesting to see with a lot of urethane having gone down on certain pairs, it might really come into play.
Watching Dalton, he's at 220 pace right now,
so
he's got a pretty good lead. I bowled with Ryan Julian, the leader. Lefty used his purple hammer all day, and he throws it really nice.
Yeah.
We've seen him bowl in the CBA Masters.
Yep.
But he just used that purple hammer all day long, and he moved a little bit here and there, giving him, we're joking because one game he had, we got down to 3 and 4, or 5 and 6 it was, and he chops a 6 off the 10 the first frame or something like that, and then has enough 11 in a row. And I go, well, it's a good thing you moved after the first frame.
Yeah.
And then, of course, he did have the first one the next game. So I asked him if he knew Andy Verapapa. He goes, yeah, I know all about that. Even though he's from New Zealand, he understands the history of USA bowling.
I was going to go let him know about the Deadwood, but Dalton took care of it on his own, as we tell him to.
Well, we have that rule in the CBA, like the PBA does, take care of your own Deadwood. And the reason we do that, because it's only that one pair. But if you have to wait for somebody from the desk, first of all, it takes a while for them to get down here because you have to call up to the desk.
Yep.
And they walk down the lane. So then you're like 6 lanes away are waiting for bowlers or waiting for her to get out of the way. And then so it just holds up more people. We like to do our own. Zach's not having a whole lot of fun here this game.
No.
But he's got 106, so he's only down by 48 pins, Jason.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, he's probably going to need a little help.
And I'm not sure I can see Dalton slowing down this game at all.
Yeah, I mean, the only
that's over now.
That was help the other way.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, well, it's tough to say because Dalton almost split really on that last shot of his, right? And that was going to lead me to the comment of that's what's going to be interesting to see as we go down the stretch here with the left side, and if it's going to hold up or not. This pair, it might look good, but you can see the reactive has that tendency to give him a little too much down lane and maybe take it out of like the window that he should be in or should be trying to play in. And if you catch a pair that maybe a whole lot of urethane or a really dull urethane might have gone down because we didn't re-oil. So we're playing on the burn here. Where they were left after qualifying is where these guys and gals are going to take on the lanes. And so you could catch a pair that maybe somebody skipped the pair next to it, as we move across the house, and all of a sudden you catch the pair that they didn't skip, and you have this massively different reaction.
Exactly.
With the ball skidding, where actually for most of it going into it, you've been fighting overreaction potentially. So that's, I think, what's going to be.
Jason. Some of us had some underreaction.
Both ways were to be found.
Yes.
Yeah, this is Dalton wrapping it up here. Another strike, and he's going at 230 pace. So just going through the motions to wrap it up. So we're not going to stop the live stream at all. But there is going to be some practice that becomes available for the new bowlers that are going to be coming out. Everybody has already gotten their lane assignments, so they're going to be ready to jump right into the match play, but we'll have 10 minutes of practice on it. 5.
Right. And there's only 2 on a pair.
True. Yep.
Well, Dalton won.
Yeah, the 230 pace went away, but that's still 226 max for him.
And he's got
himself
that's
a plenty.
Full pitcher of beer. So
Yeah,
he's ready to go.
Yeah, he's ready. He has all the aim he needs.
Well, like we mentioned, Zach Mitchell now is the second time he tied for the cut here, and this is the second time he lost in this match to a lefty. I did also hear at Josh Kennedy, who just missed 3 pins. He changed balls. He doubled in the 10th, changed balls in the 12th. They got a 7 count. If he strikes, it's a 3-way tie.
Oh, no way.
And so I don't know why he.
That would have been a first
balls.
for me, too. That would have been.
I think it would have been a first for me, too.
Yeah, it would have been cool to have a 3-way tie to get in like that, but.
And I don't think he added the score up, so he didn't know.
Right.
But he should know.
Yeah, he should have been aware. Yeah, for sure.
How often do you get a 4 count like that, Jason?
That's a different kind of 4 count. Jace King, minus 36 was the cut to make the match play, or I should say tie, to get into the match play. Well, that just sped up the ending. So 204 for Dalton, but that's plenty good. He is going to advance as the number 16 seed as we head into the match play portion. This is a 6-game luck of the draw match play. So this isn't a seeded match play of any type. They're just going to get a random bowler out of the 16 that are in it and go from there. And Zach will be our 17th position, which is a casher. We cashed 17 today, top 16 making the match play. You're going to be on 18. Yeah.
All right, so now the top 16 bowlers. We're going to have to. I'm going to shut the mic off for a little bit here, but we're going to get all the 16 people down to their lanes. We'll turn them on for 5 minutes of practice, and then we'll come back on.
All right, everybody watching at home, gonna go take care of a little admin stuff, and Corby's grabbing a quick bite to eat. So they got 5 minutes of practice here. We knocked them down to 5. We are a little bit under a little time constraint, so we're gonna try and keep things moving a bit. But don't go anywhere. Keep watching. Again, 5 minutes here, and we'll be back on for the 6 games luck of the draw match play, which will be followed by a top 5 stepladder finals. All right. They got their 5 minutes practice wrapped up, and we are ready to jump into live scoring again. All of the qualifying scores reset, so there's no carryover. You are bowling on your assigned lane to start. Yep. You are 7. You'll start the match. So qualifying pins do not carry over, so this is a fresh start for everybody in the field to still be able to make it into that stepladder. And again, if you weren't here with us a few minutes ago when we went into the practice, we did have a tie for 16th place, so that was a one-game roll-off that we completed here. That ended up being Dalton Gatlin defeating Zach Mitchell to make it into the 16-person field for the match play. This is a 6-game luck of the draw match play. There are 30 bonus pins to the winner of each match, and there are just 6 random opponents out of the 16 that made the match play. Zach did get a check today. We did cash 17, so he didn't go home empty-handed, but he did take the loss and not make it into the match play format.
I just watched Mark Blaha throw that shot you saw on 8, and he was practicing out by first arrow also, but he moved in deeper, and I wasn't sure where he was going to start. It turns out he's going to play in, and that thing hooked before it got a third of the way down the lane.
I definitely think, days like this when we don't re-oil, it's how you navigate what was, kind of left over in front of you.
Exactly.
And they do become a lot more pair-to-pair. You can find, like we had mentioned earlier, you could find a pair where maybe somebody that was throwing urethane was crossing across the house and skipped that pair, and you get a good look, and then all of a sudden you'll catch another pair where that person did hit the pair and kind of wrecked them up a little bit, and they aren't quite as pretty.
Yeah, that's a good word. They're not quite as pretty. If you hear the mic making some noise here, I'm moving around so I can sit at a high top chair instead of standing the whole time. So this is our first look at Ryan Swiderski in a long time. He doesn't bowl a lot of tournaments, but he's come back and bowled the last few. I crossed with him one game, I think it was game 7, and he had 250 something, and then he finished that in 220 to make the cut. So nice young man, he's working on his game. He works out at Medina lanes, and I know he's practicing out there a lot. Yeah, didn't pick up that split, but got 2 of them. Pretty much a tie game after 2. Off to the right, on 9 and 10, we have David Langer and Will Matafee. And we had mentioned earlier Will Matafee with a 300 today. That was about game 7, I think, also. So, Bev, I'll read the top 16 again. We did it earlier, but that's okay. Not everybody was watching. So we had Ryan Julian leading at plus 301. Chad Nelson is second at 246. Brady Stearns third at 211. Dave Langer fourth at 123. Mike Upton fifth at plus 80. Jeff Walther sixth at plus 69. Will Matafee at plus 67. Mark Blaha at plus 50. Dylan Hanson plus 2. He was 9th. Tyler Kurkowski plus 1 was 10th. Anthony Stewart at even was 11th. Katie Ann Sop Schrader was 12th at minus 1. Ryan Swiderski minus 4. William Jones was also minus 4. They were 13th and 14th. Jerry Halldorf minus 28 was 15th. And Dalton Gatlin and Zach Mitchell tied at minus 36 for his 16th and 17th spot. And Dalton Gatlin won the 1-game roll-off to get into the match play portion. I mentioned off to the right you had David Langer and Will Matafee, and Dave started out with strike, spare, strike, and Will went 7-2 split, strike, spare. And a pair off to the left over on 5 and 6. Looks like we have Mike Upton and Tyler Kurkowski is over on 5 and 6. And looks like Tyler went spare, spare, strike. Just left a 9-pin. That should be an easy spare. And Mike went 5 split open, strike, strike. And you see that split over on 9. That's Will Matafee with a big split there in the 4th frame. This is I know Jason mentioned it. This is not a elimination format. This is our match play format where you get 30 bonus pins per match won. And no carryover pins from qualifying. So this is just starting right from these 6. There's 5 games, and then the 6th game will be a position round. And then the top 5 bowl stepladder. So even if you don't win those 30 bonus pins, you certainly still want to have a good game. A nice spare by Mark. Just, throw your strike ball and cross over, pick up that washout. You just see Mike Upton sparing over there on lane 6. And Ryan's having trouble getting that ball down the lane. He came from the higher end of the house the last 2 games, and I'm not sure if they're hooking earlier on this end of the house. I really couldn't tell you that, but he's having trouble getting the ball down the lane, and so is Mark. So, but there's been, once they sit for about a half hour, they seem to hook more.
Yeah, I agree. I thought you'd enjoy the padded seat too a little bit more than
I like your thinking
than the hard plastic. Yeah, just delivered a couple of nice padded high
Jason.
back bar stools from the bar that I commandeered.
Not only is Jason the tournament director, he's making sure that we got everything all set up here. I like
living in some comfort and style.
I will be doing that tomorrow on the cruise ship. Got a balcony room, 14 days in the Caribbean, all the way down to the Southern Caribbean too. I think we go all the way down to Aruba. Hey, Brooke Salzman is watching.
Hi, Brooke.
Isn't she supposed to be bowling somewhere?
Isn't there some collegiate thing you should be doing? Or at a bare minimum, studying?
Bowling, yeah, exactly. What, college? She's probably bowling and watching.
Kind of like when Zach makes the match play and then he's watching while he's bowling the match play. Yeah, just like that. I can see down on 3 and 4. That's Chad. He had the front 5 and then a spare. So the last 2 games was really the first that I was kind of able to watch a little bit or see a little bit. And it looked to me, there was at least 4 or 5 people as I looked around that had front 5, 6, 7.
Yes.
And it really looked like it kind of started to open up then for most, although some people like Ryan had been scoring all day. Yeah. And Chad actually had been scoring all day. And we can talk a little bit. I'm sure we'll see Chad sometime throughout this whole match play bit, but I'm going to touch a little bit on the ball that he threw early on in the match play or the qualifying portion.
That was the level.
Yeah, that really got him through a lot of stuff. And I know William Morris chimed in right away and was one of the first ones to tune in when we got going this afternoon on the live stream. And he said, hi, guys, or whatever. I didn't have a chance to reply, but he sent me a message. He bowled our Mid-Minnesota Association. That's the St. Cloud Area Association. He bowled our association tournament today. And he threw a level for 802 up
nice.
there in the doubles portion of that. So anyway, it is kind of an interesting ball. Chad early on said to me that he really did not care for the shape of it much, but what it did was allowed him to stay in play a whole lot, and it gave better reaction than what resin did.
I crossed with him in game 2. He had 230 game 1, so I met up with him in game 2. He had an open in there and a strike, and in about the 5th frame, I believe, he took out that level. Struck, wasn't a very good shot. Then he left a dead 10, and he went off the sheet. So he didn't really know what it did until then.
Yeah, yep. So it was somewhere in like game 7-ish where he came up to me and said, well, it finally reached its max. He had gone far enough left where it didn't shape anymore.
Okay.
When he tried, and Chad's really good. We've talked about it a lot at hand positions, and so he said when he tried to really get on it, it still just left the same 2-pin that the shot before it left. So it has limitations for sure.
So this match that we're watching right here in front of us, where Mark just opened again for 1-on-1 and a 6, and Ryan's having trouble getting in the pocket, but if he picks up this spare here without chopping it, he can chop it. We have a tie match, pretty much, or 1-pin advantage.
Yep.
So you see Dave Langer over in the lane to the right. He seems to be having no problem getting the ball to the pocket, where Will Matafee is struggling a lot.
And then Will had 300 just a few games ago. Thank you.
Now see if Will can do anything. You'll see a ball going down on lane 10. That's Will. He's got a strike up in the 6th frame. He down by 25 pins. But this double would help a lot, and he leaves another 2-pin. He's light again. Where Ryan just struck now, he's got that 1-pin lead in the 6th frame, so he put some pressure back on Mark. There you go. Jason had to adjust some cameras over there, and it's not your eyes, it's Jason moving that around. So don't. That was a good shot by Mark. Should be an easy spare for Will over on a 2-pin. We mentioned Chad Nelson over there on 3 and 4. He's still got 259 out there, and he's bowling Jerry Halldorf, who can still have 2-0, but they cross together all day. Now they got to bowl each other another game. And
don't tell people it's not their eyes. Make them think that their eyes are going buggy.
I know what I should do. Well, I don't want them to yell at us.
Yeah, that's a pretty good assessment there, William, based on, and you and I talked as well right after you got it, because I was anxious to hear a little bit about how it rolled for William's a higher rev player, so kind of wanted to see what it was like. It's not something that's even on my radar until I guess maybe I hear of something short that I'm going to be bowling on or something lighter oil, but it's not a ball that really is a really big need for a guy like me. I'm usually looking for the help.
It's not on my radar at all. I just got a couple new bowling balls. I got the Attention Star S2.
Good
and
ball.
The Physics Blackout.
Oh, one of my favorites of the year right there.
So I used them today for the first time, and the balls were good. It was operator error on a lot. But you know something? I had 3 150 games, and if those are 200s, I'm in the cut. Oh, sure. And then David Langer has to knock that 10-pin back out into the gutter. So now we have to throw ball down there and get that taken care of. So after Mark Blah doubled, Ryan Swiderski leaves 6-7 and then picks it up to stay in the match. He's down by 10, but picking that up helped a lot. Yeah, let's watch Lumpy here and see how deep he is. He's crossing about fifth arrow at the arrows. And couldn't see from my vantage point of how far that got out, but evidently it was a little light. About just a 2.78. He certainly wants to pick this up because he doesn't want to have that open. If he does, he's got a max of 194. And as bad as Williams and Bolin, he can max out at 2.0, so he could. So Lumpy wants to pick this thing up. He'll hook at it, hit that 2-pin light, he'll pick it up.
Well, and we've talked many times on the broadcast when he's on. One of the best spare shooters there is. Chooses not to use a spare ball, but can also control his hand and release and speed and everything else. He has all the tools.
That he does, and some. So here's that situation, though. If Will strikes out for 205, we're going to force Lumpy to strike out for 205. So. Let's see what he does. Oh, he's bowling with the pin in the channel. I think I would get rid of that pin if I was up there. Mm-hmm. Maybe he used it as a guide pin.
I think he was like, if I can just get it within about 6 inches of the pin, that's what I want down lane.
I'm not sure I would have done that, but then again, I'm back here talking about it, and he's bowling. And I don't know if it's going to bother Langer either because he's in that fifth arrow, so I don't think he's going to need to get rid of it unless he leaves a 10 pin and needs it. That's why I just get rid of it.
Yeah.
Tyler Krakowski with 206 takes care of Mike Upton, who could have 195, but he needed that. I think you couldn't see over on lane 6. You see that 4-pin. That was Mike, so if he would carry that one, he would need a double. He could have beat him. How's that look, Will? Snaps that 10 out. He's got that
pretty good
typical run out to the right thing. He did that in his 300 game, and everybody had to, wait for him. No, I'm kidding on that, but...
yeah, right. I actually did tell him that I was going to give him a 20-pin assessment, penalty assessment for running it out into somebody else's lane, but I gave him 300.
Yeah, he was bothering me. Yeah, right. So Mark Blah gonna probably open the 10th frame and to give him 176 with that split he's got. Oh, kind of a wrap 10 by Will.
Well, advantage Lumpy.
By 1 pin. 194 max for Will. He picks us up, but Lumpy needs to go to strike, spare, or 9 spare strike to tie.
Right. But he doesn't need all of them.
He doesn't need all of them.
Yeah.
First one spare.
Mm-hmm.
The first one, though. What did I always say? The best mark in the world is a strike. Is a strike. Brooklyn strike. Chad comes out saying Brooklyn strike, but he just had 240. I don't think he had too many of those.
Carl Campa, I need Barkley to get 114 yards. Is that? I don't think Charles Barkley plays.
I don't think
football.
Didn't know what he's doing. I don't know if he can run up and down the court anymore.
He's kind of old.
How's that for a strike by Ryan? Needing to spare the 10th frame to win and gets a solid strike to do that. David Langer up, needing that 9 spare strike to tie or strike spare to win. Huge shot. And
well, there it is.
Carries that half 10.
Yeah,
I'm still okay. So he didn't get rid of that pin in the channel.
I know, it's still there.
If he leaves the 10 pin here, is he going to? No, because he's got enough focus that he's going to pick it up. But
yeah,
Ryan doubling to win that match. None of that gives him 200, so he's going to be plus 30 some. That's huge. Hey, Richard Warren is watching.
Hey, Rich.
Hey, with a bright, sunshiny, blue sky day,
Out
Richie,
for a-
you should
out
have
for
your
a drive.
motorcycle ride today, shouldn't you? How's that look, Lump? Now he's got to pick this up to...
And there's that 10 pin.
That's what I was saying. It would be in my focal point, but then again, that's why I'm back here. But it really doesn't matter much. You get 15 bonus pins instead of 30. I know I keep thinking it's a match, like a match play and you're going to lose or whatever, but he'll pick this up because he'll go right in between that. Well, he'll just stay a little bit left of it. 30 bonus pins. Oh, yeah. Use that as a guide pin to make sure that he just had to stay left of it. Yeah, some people need aiming fluid in one way, and he just needs an aiming thing. Now I go down and get that pin out of the channel. All right. I would have gotten rid of it a long time ago, but that was just me. I would have just thrown my ball down there and got it and redid the rack. Henry, I missed you today, Henry Trutwin. You would have killed him. Yeah, Zach Andreessen, you would have killed him too. I bowled all day, Zach, with your teammate Ryan. He used that purple hammer all day. Just from the left side, different from you. Threw it the same, just left side compared to right side. Although he didn't use the two hands, he just a one hand. Rona watching too, I see. And Tristan Clymer. I know you would have had a long drive if you would have come down to bowl this, but I'm sure you've driven further. All right, so now we got people moving around. Will Matafee is going to be coming over here to 7 and 8. Looks like he's going to bowl Mike Upton. Ryan Spaderski is over 9 and 10, going to bowl Katie Ann Sop Schrader. Ryan Julian came over here to 3 and 4. No, to 5 and 6. He's going to bowl Mark Blaha. And over on 3 and 4, I see Dalton Gatlin. And I can't see who he's going to be bowling. Looks like Anthony Stewart probably going to be bowling. And then we got Brady Stearns is going to be bowling against David Langer. They'll be over 11 and 12. Chad Nelson will be bowling William Jones. Dylan Hanson will be bowling Jerry Haldorf. We mentioned this is just the luck of the draw. There are 16 bowlers. You only bowl 5 of them. And then it'd be one big position round. So you could get the guys that are bowling well, or you could get the guys that aren't bowling well. So, and that could make a difference in winning, because 30 bonus pins per match is not a lot, but it could be a lot. If you win 2 or 3 of them, you get that extra 60, 90 pins. No matter what, you want to score well. Yeah, Randy Wyckoff, long drive for you. You'd probably fly, though. I brought some stats today. Speaking of Will Matafee, who is doing all of our CBA stats now, keeps it updated. He just sends them to me, and I just got to verify if they're correct or not. And so through 8 tournaments, keep in mind we bowl 12 tournaments a year, and one of the tournaments is the doubles, points count and money count for the doubles. Averages, of course, do not. And the other tournament that counts as the tournament bowled is the CBA Minnesota Team Challenge. It counts as a tournament bowled, but that's it. Nothing to do for points at all. So these are the singles points along with the doubles event that we had in October. So leading points, which is our reigning bowler of the year, Brady Stearns, 123 points, and he made the cut, so he's going to add on to that. Josh Kennedy had 122 points, and he was second, but 1 point behind Brady, but he just missed the cut. So he's going to get his 2 points for bowling the tournament, but he's not going to be able to get any more than that. Chad Nelson had 100 points as third. Matt Payne, who was on vacation somewhere, our CBA president, at 99 points right now, is fourth. And Will Matafee at 98 points is fifth. So, and he made the cut here, too, so he's going to add on to that. Sixth, William Jones with 80 points. Brady Gustafson, 75 points, is seventh. He didn't make the cut today. Thomas Cleveland didn't bowl today. He was eighth at 70 points. Anthony Stewart, ninth at 70 points. He made the cut today. And 10th, Zach Andreessen. He only bowled 3 tournaments, but he's 10th in our Bowler of the Year points. David Ullman, 11th. Lucas Herzrud, 12th. Jace Goodell, 13th. Brandon Cryer, 14th. Daniel Kimmer, he bowled today. Brandon Hanson, 16th. Not here today, but he is the champion from a couple months ago up in Alexandria. Mike Upton was 18th in points, and he made the cut today, so he's going to add on to that. Our next tournament is going to be at Super Bowl, February 16th, and it is the third leg of the Locker Guy Bowler of the Decade Challenge, and I have those results right in front of me here too. Josh Kennedy in the 29 and under division is leading at 48 points, and Thomas Cleveland behind him with 37 points. Daniel Kimmer with 33 is third. Brady Gustafson with 26 is fourth. I have 4 age brackets, 29 and under, 30 to 39, 40 to 49, and 50 and over. Each bowler who wins their age bracket gets $300, and then those 4 bowlers will bowl off at the year-end tournament for the extra $300. So that is the Locker Guy Bowler of the Decade champion. He'll have made $600. Leading the 30 to 39 age bracket is Anthony Stewart with 49 points, followed by Brandon Hanson with 39. Those two guys will be battling it out. Doesn't look like anybody else can really get up there as long as those guys bowl. You do have to bowl all 3 events, which is September, November, and February, in order to have a chance to win that money. The 40 to 49 is between Matt Payne with 46 points and Jason Cragen at 40, Ron Kish at 38. Chances are it's going to be between Matt and Jason. You only garner the points based on how you do in your age bracket. So if you're the best in that tournament for your age bracket, you get to 25 points. And if you're second, 23, then 21, 19, 17, just like a regular CBA points go. And the 50 and over. It's going to be hard to beat Chad Nelson because he's got 50 points. After 2 tournaments, he was the high 50 and over the first tournament, September, and then he was second place, but he was a high senior in the November tournament. So he's got 50. Dave Ullman with 46 is second. Mike Week, 31 is third, but nobody else really had a chance. It's going to be between Chad Nelson and Dave Ullman. And you know something, Jason? If I would have had a 60 and over division in the Locker Guy Bowler of the Decade, I'd be winning that.
You'd be winning that division.
I could have paid myself $300 because nobody's bowled both tournaments in the 60 and over. You got to bowl all 3 to do it. So why did I change that?
I don't know.
I don't either, but it wouldn't have been right to give myself money.
I think in the end, it's just because you didn't see it playing out that way.
Exactly, right, yeah. If I would have known, I could have been at the year end bowling it off.
It's a really easy decision.
Yeah.
Hindsight.
Well, hindsight's 20/20, they say.
Right.
Sarah Casino Roberts. What do you mean work? Watching from work. Aren't you supposed to be working? How can you watch and work at the same time? So I'm watching Will Matafee, and of course I watched even Ryan Swiderski is next to him, and of course Dave Langer and Chad Nelson and Brady Stearns. Watch all these guys just get in that 4th, 5th arrow and just kind of feed it out to that hook area.
Yep.
and it just goes back to the pocket. And I've said this before. My ball's not hungry enough, so it doesn't get back to the pocket.
Just doesn't want to eat.
No. So I keep trying to work on that. It's not gonna happen. But
I'm gonna say we might be limited by, age and ability.
yeah, that's the only thing. Is there anything different? Age and ability. As I watch Will Matafee snap out the 10 from inside like that, where I'd leave. I did carry a couple like that. I did not leave an 8-10 today. I left 6 washouts. I picked up one of them. 2 of them were super washouts. But that wasn't my fault. That was over on like lane 19 or something. Oh, the crack staff here has got our scores right away. Thanks, Allie. Either 17 or 19. I don't remember which lane it was, where the head pin was off spot, a little bit to the left, and my ball would hook up, and then I left back-to-back 5-count washouts because I would have hit the head pin if it was on spot. That's what I'm saying. And so I told David Langer about that, and he only had 260 on that pair because he was able to get the ball to finish strong. All right, so we got the scores after the first game of match play, and Chad Nelson with his 246, along with he won. William Jones 235, Ryan Julian 214, Brady Stearns 210, Tyler Krakowski 206, Ryan Swiderski 202, David Langer 195, and Jeff Walther 192. Those were the 8 winners. They got the extra 30 bonus pins. So those are your leaders basically in that order.
Mm-hmm.
That we're not going to do a whole lot yet. But get down to like the 3rd or 4th game, and then people start looking around. And if you're winning your matches, you don't usually have a problem. But if you're not winning, better shoot 230 or 40. That helps a lot.
Of course, if you're not winning and you're shooting 230 or 40, you're not very happy, really, because you're getting beat with some winning scores.
Right, but you probably,
But no, you're happy
on other people. But you don't look at it that way, though. As we saw Mike Upton whiff on that single pin, I got to say, I did not miss a single pin spare today.
Oh.
But I did whiff a 610. My problem were splits and washouts. Mostly splits. 2 8-10s, 2 10s. I had trouble with the 2-8.
Well, there did seem to be a lot of 2 8-10s, 2 4-8-10s. The last few games, as I did have some time to look and see what was going on, I saw quite a few of that, or of those.
Well, you had to keep moving left. Except I did see a lot of people move out right over on first arrow, or even out a little bit further. And I moved out there the last couple games, and I had okay reaction. I wasn't good at that time, so therefore I didn't score very well. I worked hard today for all the pins I didn't get. I was talking earlier, I know they started oiling the lanes a little bit later today, so we didn't start till about 9:20, somewhere around in there. And I was talking to David Langer as we were waiting for them to finish oiling, that there were people walking in at 9 o'clock, 9:05, and it's like, okay, they were okay that they were running late to be able to do that, but I can't go to a tournament and be that rushed. But there are people who like to come in late, namely Michael Skinner is one of them. And one time in a CBA finals over at Concord Lanes, he missed almost the whole first game because he was late. Fined him $10. He wasn't going to pay me, but I took it out of his check, so that wasn't a problem. And I either did or really close to making the ladder after missing, because nobody could bowl for him. If we would have had an alternate in the house, the alternate would have been bowling, but there was nobody there.
Yep.
So he had to. This was a 2-day tournament. This was I think it was a U.S. Open, because it would have been in December. It was before we had the CBA Masters. It was our U.S. Open qualifier. But he's the only guy that missed those and almost made the ladder.
Kehoe did the same thing on a year end.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Yes.
Came in game 3.
Yeah,
took
that wasn't
zeros
good.
for the first 2 games. Did not take last.
No, that's funny.
He fought back, really hard.
Well, that's because he thought it started at 9 instead of 8.
Yep.
Where Skinner just was late.
Just was late.
Yeah. But it's good to see Skinner bowling again now. He's starting to bowl the MSCs and the Senior Masters stuff. Speaking of the Masters, Jason, I got a list of all the champions of all the Masters tournaments now, except the St. Paul Masters. I have the Minnesota Masters, which I've always kept, and the Minnesota Senior Masters because I had started that one, and you run both of those now. And then Minneapolis Masters, what's his name, started it. Dave Rasmus started it. I took it over after about year 6 or 7, and then I did it for quite a while. And then I said the Minneapolis Bowling Association should have the Minneapolis Masters, so I let them run it. But I also started the Minneapolis Senior Masters that I ran for a while. Gave that to the Minneapolis Bowling Association to run it too. And now there's a Twin City Masters and Twin City Senior Masters, so I have all those champions. I also have the champions that we have of our CBA Masters that we've been running now in our December tournament instead of the U.S. Open because both proprietors aren't letting us send somebody into the national tournament.
Yep.
Kind of disappointing, but we call it a Masters now, so that's okay. But what I don't have right now, and I got to find somebody from the St. Paul Association. So if anybody knows who has a list of the St. Paul Masters champion, because that tournament was going on for 50 years, and I know they don't have their website up anymore, but I'm pretty sure somebody has it. So what I want to do is get all the Masters tournaments together, and I'm going to create a list of who's won the most Masters. And I believe it's David Langer, and second might be Bruce Smith. But I like to know that. I'm going to see how many people, who's won all of them, most of them. So that Masters is a good thing I like, and I have a lot of the history, so I'm going to keep going with it. I also have a lot of history in the CBA, which I have on my home computer, so I need to get that out somewhere where I can get onto a website. Oh, I was wondering what you were doing there. You're moving that score, and then couldn't see the bottom half of it, but I see what you did there.
We had the score still up on that pair from when we had 5 on a pair. So now with only 2 names, we can use a little more.
Oh, I see. A
little more player view and a little less score view.
I got it. I was wondering there. I just started talking about getting all the Masters tournaments because of all the history. And I mentioned I have all the history of the CBA stuff, too. And I want to get it up on the website. Now, I have a website. What I'm looking for, and if you know anybody, it doesn't have to be a young kid, somebody who wants to meet with me to get all the history and work on that website, to get it up and running, to have everything out there all the time. So I need somebody in that field that wants to help me do this. It could be a paying position somehow. You could barter somewhere.
For sure. There's barterment available.
Yes.
Bartering.
I like barterment.
Barterment sounds good. There is some barterment available.
Yeah. Let's do some bartermenting. I don't know if that's really a word or not, but it sounds good.
It is now.
Exactly, yeah. You're going to get our first look of Ryan Julian, the young lefty from New Zealand. He's going to be up on 5 and 6. Looks like he's in for a tough match there. He actually cannot win that match. But you watch him throw the ball. Pretty nice off his hand. Using that purple hammer, he made him look pretty easy today. I saw him scuffing up a bowling ball earlier, and I wasn't sure why he was doing that. Did he need something to start earlier? I don't really know, but he knew we were not re-oiling.
And I guess that was the confusing part to me was he was really, he's been good from the start.
Yes.
But now the pattern has opened up. So do you need that scuff, to start on the burn?
Well, I wondered that myself. Because I think I mentioned that he finished those last 4 games, 220, 2-1, 190, and then 250. So he did figure him out, but he started out with 230, 250, 230, 270. But he got to 300 over, and I would have thought he wanted something that was tamer. So he's bowling Mark.
Good shot for Mark there.
Mark's going to have the 240.
Yep, really good shot.
After he lost that first game against Dalton. Speaking of Dalton, he's over on 3 and 4, and he only had 170. So Anthony Stewart's going to win that match. Mike Upton with 194, and Will Manafee has 165 in the ninth.
Oh, yeah.
Needs all of them.
You need them
Win
all.
by one. So
Yep.
he could have, well, he's going for 190. You know, he might go 190. He had 194, lost by a pin. He could have 193 and lose by a pin. Or 194 and tie. The only thing he can't do, well, he could have 190. He could have strike 195.
195 and win. Everything's available.
Yeah, everything's available, yeah. And how's that look? Well, that looked like really nice. You'd think he would have
like
a 250 game. Well, he had those 2 splits. I don't know what they were. I'm assuming they were light. You know, 210 type of thing, or
Right.
or even a 2.7. David Langer is up on lane 11, 166 in the 8th. He had to strike 9th and 10th, and the 11th. He's going into the 12th to shoot 226 if he strikes here, and he had 225. Brady Stearns, his opponent there, could strike out for 227, so that's a good close
Another
match.
tight match.
Exactly. And how's Will doing right here? Strike to win? Well, not to win, but to have a chance to win. Looked like it was a pretty good strike. He was in my way.
Now it'll be the one to win.
So those 2 shots, they're both strikes. One was solid high flush, and one was light. Well, he missed on the light one. It shouldn't have struck.
He missed on one of them.
Exactly. Okay, whichever one he was. Is he trying to be solid? Is he trying to be light? So he went high flush, then he went light. Does he? He's just going to throw the ball as good as he can. I'm assuming right now.
That's all you can do, right?
I don't think that's going to. He's not going to even think about it. He was just light. Well, he posted it and was high flush for 195 for the win by 1 pin.
Which, of course, is 31 pins worth.
Exactly, yeah. And David Langer won that match because Brady left a 4-pin in the first 1 to 10th, so Brady's only going to have 2-0. So David Langer winning both his 2 matches. He's only, 20 over actual, but he's got the 60 bonus pins. We Mark Blaha with a 258 or 248. He won. What else we got going on here? Katie Ann Sop Schrader over on lane 10 can strike out to win this. She needs actually the first 2 and a 10th to win. Oh, and a 4-9, a 4 fell, leaving the 9 pin, so it gives her 2-0. Looks like Ryan Swiderski's winning again. Watching Brady, he'll strike on the 11, always in the 11th when you don't get that 10th rank.
Well, yeah.
That's just a given. It's never.
That is what they say. That one always goes.
It's amazing. Usually it's you relax because you don't really need it. It's amazing that why are you all tensed up when you throw the ball when you're like we didn't, and when you just kind of let it go. It's because you got to look like you care.
Yeah, the adrenaline kicks in.
I don't know. I know a guy that I bowl with in my tournament team that doesn't ever seem to do that. 2 guys, actually. John East, Todd Savoy. They just kind of grab the ball and go. And there's no tense in either one of them. Tenseness? Is that a word? Tenseness?
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Yeah, it's better than...
I mean, some would say tension, but I like tenseness.
Yeah, well, yeah. Yeah, somebody would say tension.
Yeah.
Somebody.
Yeah, like an English teacher or something.
Exactly right.
You know?
How do you spell tenseness? Well, easy. Tense and an NESS. We can make up words. I watch people
All
make them
day
up
long.
on Facebook all the time. Mm-hmm. Or they don't know which there, and there to use in the sentence or whatever. It drives me crazy, by the way. Not to get on a grammar thing, but I learned this stuff in school, and I try to teach my kids and everybody the correct grammar. Always use it. I had an uncle who was a writer, and he always used the correct grammar. Always said it. And one of the biggest things that he taught me years ago was when you say like I and me. So like I would say you and I are going, but I would say to somebody else, do you want to go with Jason and me? Because you don't say do you want to go with Jason and I. So you have to think about that word I or me first before you use the other person's name. Mm-hmm. And so people do it all the time, and I know I still do it because you were taught. Oh, I, not me. Mm-hmm. But what you don't do usually is say me first. But you can by saying, you want to join, how's that go? You want to join me and my family out on something. You could say it that way if you hesitate a little. I don't know. Anyway, that's confusing.
Well, that's why we have the hardest language in the world to honestly learn.
Greg,
we have the same words for
tension. Greg, no, it's tenseness, Greg. You had to write tension in there. I know it is tension.
Some would say that, like Greg.
Yeah. Well, is he at attention?
No.
No, that's attention. Spelled differently than tension.
It's way different.
Who was it?
Well, let's see if this pair is a little more forgiving for Ryan. We cameras just being what they are, they moved right with them, so we get a little longer view of him.
Whoa, that's a whole duller ball, a whole lot further out than he played all day long.
Well, just like that, our time is over.
Well, as we watch Brady Stearns pick up the 10th.
On to Brady.
Well, you'll see the ball going down the lane on 7. That's Ryan.
Yeah, he's just to the left of the TV pair now.
Is that still a purple? It looks like black that he sanded it so much, but I think it's purple. He only had 2 of them out on the lanes today.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
I didn't know until today. Jason Cragen told me. I crossed with Jason Cragen and Ryan Julian. See, I had no righties to help me line up. So
that's half the problem today.
That's what I was trying to say. But anyway, the PBA Tour does not allow any of the purple hammers, I understand.
No. The PBA Tour has a hardness rule of 78 that's in effect, and there's only, if I'm wrong on this, somebody correct me, but I believe there are only 2 balls on the market, urethane-wise, that would be legal to throw in PBA competition. The Storm IQ 78U is the 78 durometer, and then Hammer has got their black hammer that's like 78. It's in the name somehow. I wish Dave Ullman was here because he would know.
It's not
it
the
right.
pitch black?
No, the pitch black is too soft. So yeah, that 78 hardness rule went into effect, and so if you're on the PBA tour, that would affect the regional tour and all of that as well. Okay. There are only those 2 urethanes that are allowed. The hardness has to be that 78.
And purple hammers are obviously not.
They are well less than that.
Okay.
The belief here is, right, common knowledge, urethanes get softer over time with use, right? So your 60 or 70, 72 used to be the hardness. Your 72 correct. Hardness would become 68, 67, 66 in some of these balls.
Okay.
Right? And so that was kind of what started. They started with the 2-year thing, right? Your urethane had to be within the last 2 years.
Yes.
Well, that would be hopefully to keep it from getting so many games that it would get down to that softness level.
That's the reason.
And they eventually just said, phooey on this, right?
Well, it makes
We're
sense.
going to set the limit at 78. And then from there, we'll let them get softer, but they're not going to get less than 72.
So they still, if they get softer, they can use it then.
So I'm not sure if it's 78 and a 2-year rule. This is where a PBA person would have to let me know for sure. Somebody that's in the organization.
Know that.
Yeah.
He's here somewhere. We'll track him down and ask him.
Yeah. I'm not sure if it's still 2 years and 78, but I can tell you that it's the 78, and I'm pretty sure there are only 2 balls that qualify right now.
And is there a dullness of grit that you can have on your ball?
I don't think so.
I know last month we talked about.
We joked about, yeah, Cragen's bag
was 360, 180, 90, and gravel.
Gravel, yeah.
Something like that, whatever. So I don't know if that's. But most of the PBA guys out there are not going to have something like that anyway, are they?
Well, that depends on. I mean, there's a lot of stories of having conversations with some of these guys where they're definitely, scuffing them way down on some of those harder patterns, But I really don't think there's a floor to that that you can't go below.
I think in like match play, and not so much in a single game match play, but say the Masters when you're going 3 games on the pair, and say you wanted to mess up your opponent, you could have a 50 grit, and bowling against a lefty, say, and you just want to throw up the gut or something on the left side. You can do that.
Yep.
All you want. Now, is that gamesmanship? That's fair? I don't know, but it happens.
It does. Yeah. There's always a bit of controversy to surround it whenever it does happen. But those things do for sure happen out there. I guess I'd spend more energy trying to just make my own shot better or make better shots myself.
Speaking of that, the one year I bowled the Senior Masters, Chuck Vashon, and I drove down to Indianapolis to bowl the Senior Masters. This had to be 15 years ago now. And Chuck made the cut. I didn't, so we stayed around and watched him bowl, of course. He won a couple matches. But I was watching Walther Ray bowl against somebody else. And you had like 10 minutes of practice, maybe 15, on the pair because there was 3-game matches. And Walther just had 2 balls on the rack and just kept playing up 10, whatever. And the other guy is playing third arrow on the whatever. And then Walther shoots 299 his first game, and he wins that 3-game match pretty easily. And I'm wondering myself, why didn't his opponent try to play right with him? Because he was opening the lane up right up where the seniors like it, up second.
For sure. Yeah, he opened it up for himself.
Yeah.
But that means you too.
Exactly. But maybe, and of course, he's like the most accurate bowler's ever been, so he could do that. But yeah, that was kind of funny to watch.
In the same regard, the other guy probably was a pretty good bowler.
Right. I couldn't
and probably could have followed along fairly well.
And maybe his thought process was to play different parts to maybe mess it up a little bit, but I don't know. I don't think he took anywhere near the number of shots that Walther Ray did, because he just kept ball after ball after ball. He might have had 3-4 balls on the rack and just kept throwing them up there. And this is before, this was 15 years ago, so the bowling balls were a little bit different back then. And
sure.
You didn't sand them up as much, and wasn't as much oil on the lane.
We got the Apple Valley Showdown here on 5 and 6 in front of us. Will Matafee with his Wild Bill's Bowling Supply Pro Shop at Bogart's. And the mechanic from Bogart's, Jeff Walther, who started off front 5 here. I didn't see what he left in the 6th, but...
I don't know, but we talked about Jeff earlier and the amount of 300
he
has, and it's like every time Johnny Holmes. Speaking of Johnny Holmes, he's watching. You would have killed him today, Johnny. But
Johnny, you would have killed him today.
I remember Johnny and I talking a few years ago. Jeff, how do you not ever strike? How can we? Every time he hits a pocket, the pins are flying around. You think he can strike all the time?
We just saw it. Pins are flying around all over, and they all miss the 10 pin.
But it's like, how does he not strike? But evidently, he did well today because he must have picked up a bunch of spares just like that. But
I think a lot of times that is the case with Jeff. The physical game is really good, and I think it just ends up being Focus, maybe. Mental,
I would
maybe.
say focus.
Plan of attack sometimes or whatever. But, his spare shooting is probably, and he'd probably agree with us,
Yeah.
the one thing that sometimes can hold him back a little.
Well, he takes so much time up there, soft at the bottom. Oh,
Yeah, and he's got that good free wrench, on it.
he really does.
Yeah.
He really does.
Yeah.
It looks effortless, but it's that old cup and uncup the wrist and the bent elbow that,
Yeah.
they talk about that nowadays. That's the key. Where way back, remember Don Carter was the first one who kind of had a, all right, thanks, Stacy. Give us an update right away.
Thank you.
Don Carter was one of the first ones with the bent elbow, and even Earl Anthony as a lefty with the bent elbow to get that ball to roll better. And
Yep.
nobody really knew about it as much. It didn't have as much video about what to do back then. So,
Well, and if they did, half the time they were trying to fix you of that.
well, that's true.
Oh, we keep our arms straight, right?
Yeah,
this
push
swing
away,
is a
slide
pendulum,
that
and it's
there.
just a big stick. Should be a straight stick with weight at the end. And,
No
Yeah.
wonder we only averaged 200, if that. But again, it's a way back.
it's also why we picked up our spares, because we couldn't strike a lot.
Right. But, you played second arrow everywhere you went, and the ball just went to the pocket, but you left 4s, 7s, 9s, 10,
Yeah.
not so much 8s and 9s, but 4s, 7s, 10s if you were a right-hander or whatever.
Yeah.
And, a washout here and there, or maybe a 5-7 that you did pick up because you knew how to adjust off of it. We got results after game 2. And so William Jones jumps into the lead. He's that back-to-back 230 games, so 235, 237, won both. He's 132 over with his 60 bonus pins. We watched David Langer go 195, 225, but won both his matches. He's 480. These are both, including the 60 bonus pins. Ryan Swiderski went 2021. He's at plus 75 with his bonus pins. Tyler Kurkowski, 2020. Won them both. He's at plus 466, or plus 66. And Mark Laha, who won 170 and lost and 240 and won, he's at 54 over, and then 50 over is Chad Nelson, who had an uncharacteristic 174 game 2. Oh, Will Matafee went 194 and lost by a pin, or 195 and won by a pin. He's going to maybe have 180 and lose by a punch this time. Speaking of Apple Valley is building a new police station too. They're gonna
A new
put
police
lot of
station?
lockers. They're gonna
Oh.
put a lot of lockers in that Apple Valley police station.
Well, that sounds like that's pretty good news for like a locker
The
guy.
locker guy is nice because we might get that order. Eden Prairie is another one that's putting the building a whole new addition and for their locker room too. They need some new lockers, and I'm waiting to find out if we're going to do that work. I do know one job we're going to do, Jason. It's a place called KMS.
The Fighting Saints.
Yeah, we got some lockers going in there this summer.
Nice. Is that replacement? Is that an addition of some type they're doing?
I think this is an addition, but they're putting a whole different, smaller size locker, and I don't understand why they're doing it, but if the architect expects it, we quote it. Not what I would suggest. But.
Sure.
I'll just mention 3 projects that we're going to be getting, but there was 5 or 6 that we did not get so far. They're all over the state schools that we lost to some company that imports lockers from China. I don't like it, Jason.
No. No, that means it's like a lot of things. They're just looking only at the bottom line dollar of
Yep.
it, not
all they're doing.
necessarily the quality and.
The quality is good, though. I do have to say that. These lockers that they brought in, the quality is good. It's just that they're just got cheaper labor over there.
Sure.
And the tariffs aren't high enough for the steel company.
Yeah.
Bowling balls, they don't get affected by coming from overseas, do they? Compared to U.S.-made bowling balls, are there many made overseas anymore?
Every plastic ball.
Every plastic ball, okay.
Yeah, but as far as resin goes, I'm I guess I don't know enough as to if there's any, like, let's say Japanese or Chinese ball manufacturer, but I am.
Storm and stuff?
Yeah, they do, and I mean, I guess what I'm really saying is I don't know if there's like one of them smaller little niche brands that actually exists over there potentially. Like we've got Swag or like a Lord Field, or one of those. But yeah, Storm definitely has all the overseas stuff, and the Brunswick, all the family friend, or the 7 brands of Brunswick and all of that. I mean, they have all overseas stuff as well.
So say Storm, Roto, they're all made, no matter where they're shipped to, they're all made right here in Utah.
Yeah.
They don't have a plant somewhere else that makes them.
No,
They have
no,
to be
that's
made here.
yeah, that's
Okay. That's what I thought.
Yep, that comes out of here.
You're watching Kadian Sop Schrader, who just whiffed a head pin on that one. It's the worst shot I've seen her throw for a while, but I was talking about the Masters tournaments earlier, Jason.
Yep.
Do you know that Kadian won a Masters tournament?
Oh, did she really?
Minneapolis Masters a few years ago.
Nice.
Yeah. The only woman to
Only
win,
female to do so?
to win
Yeah.
a Masters tournament. I don't know. Who did you have to go through? So I just
All
found
right.
out that
Took
Kadian
down a
had
couple
to
of
beat
horses.
Chad Nelson and Brady Stearns. Yeah, well, you know who's the better bowler. As her husband Aaron's sitting back here watching her make the cut and bowl, so we know who's the better bowler in the family. So speaking of Brady, he's over on 9 and 10. Just left a 6-10, gives a 154 in the 7th. He's up by 20 pins over Mike Upton, and Chad's right next to him. And Chad does what he does best, is just stay clean, get a double or so along the way, and let the opponent mess up.
Yeah.
And that seems to be what happens a lot to him. Ryan Savoy is watching, by the way.
That hangs on to a 2-pin lead for Chad there. Even though his opponent's got a 3-bagger, that's Ryan has an open and Chad stayed clean.
I'm going to read off the qualifying scores again. Ed, we really can't post them. Well, I know they're posted on Facebook somewhere, aren't they?
I'm not sure if they should have. I'll double check.
But I'll read them off again because some other people coming in might always want to know, and we should probably read these off more often than we do. Because I know a lot of people are going to sit and listen to us talk for 2.5, 3 hours, or 4 or 5 hours, whatever it takes here. So I'll read them again. Leading qualifier, Ryan Julian. You'll see the ball going down on lane 8. He's from New Zealand by way of Mount Mercy College in Iowa. 301 over was leading qualifier. Second, Chad Nelson at plus 246. Brady Stearns was third at plus 211. David Langer, plus 123, was fourth. Mike Upton, fifth at plus 80. Jeff Walther, we just saw shoot 245. He was sixth at 69 over. Will Matafee, 67 over, including a 300 in game 7. Other than that, he wasn't even going to make the cut. If I would have had a 300, I would have made the cut too instead of my 150
I
game.
would think so.
I said I had 3 150 games. If those 3 150s have been 200s, I'll be out there bowling. Eighth, Mark Blaha, plus 50. Dylan Hanson, plus 2 was ninth. Tyler Krakowski, plus 1. Anthony Stewart, even at 11th. Katie Ann Sop Schrader, 12th at minus 1. Ryan Swiderski, William Jones, 13th and 14th at minus 4. Jerry Haldorf, minus 28, was 15th. And Dalton Gatlin and Zach Mitchell actually tied at minus 36, but Dalton Gatlin beat Zach Mitchell in a 1-game match to get into the match play, and that left Zach Mitchell 17th and last cash. Looking down a little bit.
Yeah, William, I think probably more, I guess, what Corby had actually said Storm specifically about the overseas stuff and all of that. But yeah, obviously all Mexico, all Brunswick brands are poured down in Mexico.
They are.
So, I mean, they all come from their plant down there. Obviously, they moved all of their operations minus front office staff down to Mexico. So,
I did not know that.
yeah, so their stickers actually say designed in the USA, made in Mexico on the balls that they ship up. But yeah, William, you're right. Those are all poured right
Nice
there
job.
on their plant. It would just be more, I think we were talking like, the Asian area overseas. I'm not sure if there's any like little niche companies that pour their own over there, but otherwise I'm pretty sure it's just Brunswick Storm Motive just shipping overseas and making releases under whatever rules they might have over there, but, pieces that fit their rules.
Master Lock Corporation used to have other locks made in Wisconsin. And then they started making them down in New Mexico. I don't think they make them down in New Mexico. I think what they actually say is assembled in Mexico, made in USA. I think it's how they do it. And then years and years ago, Jeff Lynn asked me if I could get him the price on some locks, and for the bowling ball lockers. And he found a place in China. The lock looks identical to Master Lock, but it says Mr. Lock. Same exact thing.
Yeah.
And they were cheaper, of course.
Of course.
I don't see them anymore. They're on, and I don't know what bowling center with locks they use. Not the key lock. I'm talking about a combination lock.
Yep.
And I don't know if they're using Master Locks or if they're using Mr. Lock from.
Yep.
We use Master Locks all the time for what we do. David Langer with 228 and a win, so he's going to stay up there or jump up a few more. No, I can't jump up a few more. He's already was second. I'm not sure what William Jones is doing. Chad Nelson's going to have 226, and he just shut out Ryan Swiderski. You can only have 225.
Yep.
That's a veteran move there. Let's get the double and 9.
That's right.
William Jones is over on 3 and 4, but it looks like he's only going to have 170 something, right? And he's not going to win that match.
Correct.
And so
Yeah, he's already lost.
that means Dave Langer and Chad Nelson are probably taking over the top 2 spots. Or no, Chad's not, because he had that 174. David Langer's going to take over the top spot. Imagine that. David Langer going to lead a tournament here at Park Grove.
It's something new.
There was an MSC tournament here a year ago, because he's only been bowling them for a couple of years. He's only bowled 14, but he's won 7 of them.
Yeah.
But I believe he bowled here, led the qualifying, and bowled the one. And it was a thrashing. I mean, he outclassed everybody.
Yeah.
He likes it here. Oh, watching Ryan Julian using a resin ball out there, Jason, instead of the 2 purple hammers. I have no idea what ball it is, but a lot of different colors and swirls that was going down the lane, and a lot of revs I couldn't read it. Or I can read my label going down so I know what I throw.
Yeah, that was I think that was it's a DV8 ball.
Okay. All right, so we got a little bit of lull in the action right here because people are moving from lane to lane, and a couple people aren't done yet.
Yeah, our camera setup was 3 through 8, or I'm sorry, 5 through 10 that we have set up, and we go all the way up to 18 for the match play portion. So there's a bunch of matches up a little higher up, high end of the house, and so yeah, they're a little bit slower, maybe getting done. Yeah, we're waiting for people to make it down here.
That means we're going to be using like 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10-ish for the top guys that position around and Stepladder, right?
Yep, correct.
We don't have the roving cameras that some do. And Jason, you don't have 9 sets of cameras to use all.
Not yet.
You know the problem with if you had it? is setting it all up
and tearing it down.
taking it all down.
Yep. Yeah, that is the tough part of it.
But it's really cool. Let's talk about that. So we have years ago when you started doing some live stream stuff with your phone, and you would do a little Facebook live stream and whatever. And you and Matt Payne,
Yep.
and Matt start talking about doing whatever, and then you got a set of cameras that were better than just your phone.
Yeah, we actually went phone then iPad.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah,
iPad
iPad for a while. Yeah. Yep. And then we got a few cameras.
So this setup is so we're sitting back here, and we got 2 sets of cameras on each pair. So one's showing the score, one's showing the lanes, and with the big monitor in front of us. But I always forget to look at the monitor when I'm looking at the people bowling. Where did they hit? Well, I could just look at this, and it's right in front of me. But I'm looking around it and all that. So, and of course, I'm not tall enough to see over the top of the monitor. So,
well, we didn't have really tall stools here at Park Grove, so.
But anyway, it's a really nice setup, and the live stream people can watch. And it's funny, the more you do, the more people want.
They do.
We want to give them as much as we possibly can.
For sure.
But this is also not the first thing you would do. The first thing is to get the tournament running smoothly, get started. Once that all goes, then you can obviously set this up and whatever.
Yeah.
But people expect all over every tournament now. Everybody wants it to be live streamed.
Yep. Yeah, I try to get to the center by 7.
Yeah. Usually we start at 9.
So 8 o'clock is check-in. So if Stace is traveling with me, then we get the front desk set up, printer hooked up, and everything. Score sheets ready, the chips that we draw, because we do random lane assignment. So we've got big wooden craft or poker chips with lane numbers on them. Everybody draws their lane assignment random. And get all of that set up and ready to go. Then I start in on this.
Yes, right. But you got it kind of figured out now with all a bin for this and a bin for that, and then you put it away correctly, it's easy to take out, right?
Yep. That organization bit helped a lot. I also numbered the cameras on the actual computer itself, so I know they're numbered 1 through 10. I've got 10 connections available on the computer, but that way as I plug them in order, so 5 and 6 are cameras 1 and 2.
Yeah, gotcha.
Right. So then when I start using the software to connect them, then it's at least in order
1
too.
through 6, right.
Yeah, so I can run that down a lot quicker than I used to be able to.
Well, a couple tournaments we had the booth cam.
We did, yeah.
Yeah,
yep.
That was we had down lacrosse that one tournament, and we had it up Classic Bowl, I believe, last year. And I know we tried to do some in-game, not in-game, but in-match or before a match, talking to the oncoming bowler. And I remember we had Trey Hendricksmeyer, but we didn't have the mic set up correctly or something. So, but it was a cool thing, and we had these roving microphones now, so we could get out there and talk to them ahead of time, which I used to do years ago when Tom Havlis with his MN Bowling, and who was the other guy, Hutch, who produced it, whatever, and I would do the commentating, and we would discuss, what's your plan of attack, this and that, whatever. Yep. I kind of forget about it. I don't want to bother the bowlers too much, but some people want to know what they're using and why.
Yeah. I think if we could get a wireless camera to hook up, and I'm not sure, I'd have to do some research on that, how to add that to OBS, but I know there's a way. But to hook that up and then have the mic and be able to get down there, interview them both before they start in the stepladder, that kind of thing.
We could do it just right in front of the lane.
Well, we could do that too. Yeah,
so we have the wireless microphone, so I could certainly do that. And so I have we talked about this a while ago because Matt McNeil found on YouTube a tournament that we did at I believe it was Earl Brown. I think it was Earl Brown, where we did the top 5. We used to do it through Northwest Community Television.
Yep.
And I have 7 or 8 VHS tapes of the tournaments that we did, and actually ran across one on somewhere on YouTube the other day. We were at Lynbrook in the Tournament of Champions where Bob Platt,
Okay.
Bob Platt,
Yep.
300 on TV, and he won the tournament. Actually, no, he didn't. Brad Larson beat him because, of course, he'd come down from a 300 game. It's kind of hard to get back up.
Yeah.
Brad won the tournament, but I believe that's right when Bob Platt, we interviewed him, and he said, well, I got these new Linz shoes, and that's why I shot. And Walt Maurer from Linz was there because they gave away 5 pairs of shoes for the champion, or for anybody shot 300 and a champion. And then he started working for Linz right after that. So Bob Platt parlayed that into a pretty good deal.
A job, yeah.
As you watch Brady topple in a strike right there on lane 8. So I'm kind of watching up above the football game, the Rams and the Eagles, and it's 16-15. And so I know there's safety that the Rams just got against the Eagles, but and it's snowing. They got the hash marks and the yard marks all cleaned off. I don't think there's heat underneath them. I think they swept them off or something.
Yeah, it looks gross.
It looks like a grid up there. That's a gridiron.
It is the gridiron.
They call it the gridiron.
Hold there.
So Brady's in at 5th, 6th arrow part also. Just kind of let them one soft off his hand and let the ball work. It didn't work for a dead 10, but at least it got back to the pocket. He'll make a little adjustment after that.
Hey, Debbie.
Deb Nordness Hoffman is watching again, Jason. You say a #1 fan.
Top fan.
I'm going to watch Ryan Julian from New Zealand again. Tall, lanky lefty. See if he went back to the Purple Hammer. He might have.
Well, you just said toppling for somebody else. You got him to topple over pretty good
So
for
that
himself.
was 5, 6, 10 for the right hand. It would be 4, 5, 7 for the left hand. And I would have left that 4, 5, 7, just so you know. That's why I'm back here. Although I did not leave one today, but I left 2 5-count washouts. Picked or 5 buckets with the 7-pin, as I'm trying to say. Picked both of those up. Left 2 5-count washouts. Missed both of those.
Chad with an opportunity there to try and extend his lead a little bit, but
Left the 2-8.
he's gonna tread water for a minute and give Ryan the chance to actually.
He makes his guys think they got a chance, just to keep them coming back. Let's look back down there on 3 and 4. Tyler Krakowski against David Langer. Lumpy starts out with a split for an open, then strike, spare. And now just left like a 6-pin or something. But Tyler starts out with a double, then goes through the nose for a big 4 and misses a single pin. And the big 4 can happen, but the single pins should not happen. And David Langer is certainly not going to miss his single pin, so he's got the lead after 4 frames. But his opponent started out with a double. And speaking of leading, he's leading after 3 games.
Yeah, there it is.
Plus 138. And Brady Stearns second at plus 111. William Jones only had 170 and didn't win his last match, but he's still plus 108. Mark Blaha plus 106. And Chad Nelson plus 106. And Ryan Swiderski right behind him at plus 100. So it's anybody's match, anybody's game yet. There's nobody running away with it, but it's hard to run away in just a quick 5-game, 6-game luck of the draw thing.
And that's it. It's really hard to run away with it when the qualifying doesn't carry over.
Right.
if you were one of the top 4 or 5 in qualifying, and then you came out and had, a couple of wins right away with decent games, those that are 14th, 15th in qualifying and lose their first few games, they find themselves mathematically out of it after a couple of games. So it's one of the reasons that, we put this format in there where the qualifying starts over, or not starts over, but is eliminated. It's we don't use it or carry it forward, and then but then it becomes very much a quick little sprint, and so that dynamic changes quite a bit. We had William Jones leading after 2, and he qualified at -4, like just 4 spots from the bottom.
Right. Right, which is why we have different formats. Typically, our tournaments are 8 games of qualifying, and the top third of the field
Good
makes
shot.
the cut. And so we have where, like you just mentioned, pins did not carry over. Sometimes we have pins carry over. Sometimes we re-oil, sometimes we don't re-oil. But it's always different, and we don't want it to favor any one particular person, because we run 12 tournaments, 10 singles tournaments, and we want them to be different so other people have a chance to make it. So that's why when we do the Locker Guy Bowler of the Decades, we have 3 completely different formats.
Right.
Something a little out of the ordinary.
No, and this format obviously was kind of it's a hybrid little bit of the old 2-day events.
Right.
30 bonus pins for winning your match. But we tried to find a way to get it to all be contained in one day. So 6 became the number. That's, 5 in a position round that you bowl, and then go into a step ladder so that we can try and get it all accomplished in one day.
We didn't know how to do that years ago. We didn't know if how many we should take on, make it a one-day tournament without it going until 9 o'clock at night, even though it would happen that way for a while. We have to try a format again where we take the top 16 and we put the 4 on a pair, where you bowl, so you bowl everybody.
Yep.
So what we do is you bowl everybody on your pair the first game.
Yep.
And there's you and somebody else on your 2 on a lane, but you're bowling that pair. So you and your traveling partner, you bowl that person the first game along with the other 2 people, and it went 90, 60, 30 as far as bonus pins. If you were high, you got 90.
Yep.
Or if you beat everybody, and then we kind of got away from that. But we should try that again sometime, because you end up bowling everybody in a roundabout way.
Right. Yep. Yeah, in that format, you're a few people at once, obviously in their matches that you're bowling, but you are getting to everybody. I mean, you are going to have a match then against everybody that's in the field.
Yes. Brent Prentice is watching. Nice to see your name. I can't say your face because you're not here, Brent, but nice to see your name again watching. One of these days you'll bowl. I'm not sure, maybe the MSC. Oh, I just watched Tyler Kurkowski on lane 4. Almost missed the head pin going away. I'll leave a 10 pin. As I watched the Eagles game, and the fumble return by the Eagles got down to almost to the goal line, and it's snowing quite a bit.
Yes, it is.
They should have an indoor stadium at the Dome. Ever hear of that?
Good shot, Brady.
So after Brady leaving a dead 10 and then carried a lucky one, and he turned on, he was shaking his head. That was frame 5. Then he comes back and have 2 solid strikes. That's why he's who he is.
Yep.
That was a good format, Brent. Yeah, I like that. So we got to do that again with the 4 on a pair. You end up bowling everybody. You're watching all kinds of stuff going on. We'll do it. We have to make sure we do it when we take 16. So maybe whenever we want to try it again, we can say this is the format if we have under 48, or this is the format if we have over 48. So Chad's really good at picking up that pin in the channel after he knocks the 10 pin out. Now, if he would just miss the 10 pin, he wouldn't have to worry about doing that.
Yeah, that format's good. 16, it's good for 24 too. Well, it's really good for, you can use it for just about, it just depends on how many games you want to bowl. 16, you're going to bowl 8. 20,
Right.
you're going to bowl 10. 24,
Well,
it's,
maybe we do the top 16 and you bowl the 8 games with no position round.
yeah.
I mean, no stepladder.
Yeah.
Just a big position
Just a big-
round at the end. And you'd have those 4 on a pair. I think what we did, I have to look back. I'm not sure, because the position round might have been, we spread them all out. I can't remember. I have to go back and look, get myself acclimated to.
Yeah.
Before we do that again, we'd have to know exact.
Yeah, exactly how we want to, format it out.
Even Jeff Walther doing the old Dick Weber 5-pin to the right.
Maybe.
Hey, Davey Ullman, get back here. We were discussing earlier about the 78U bowling ball that Storm has. What is the 78 hardness ball at Hammer?
The black hammer.
So it is just a
black hammer.
Black urethane hammer.
So they just call it a black hammer, like the old days.
Yeah.
Okay.
Those are the only 2 approved urethanes on PBA. Yep. Yeah. So I was right there, yeah.
Okay. All right. As we watch Jeff Walther do another Dick Weber 5-pin to the right for a strike. Who would have thought of all people? See that ball going down the lane over there on lane 9? That was Ryan Julian putting up a single pin. So he's he can have 221. And Chad Nelson, who's the opponent, needs to get a double somewhere around here to get up in that 220s to win that match. And somehow I see Chad striking here in the 9th and the first 2 in the 10th. And
Chad
220 something and win. Shut him out.
Chad doing Chad things.
Exactly. Pick those tempers up. You know, you notice there's no opens along the way.
Yep.
Looks like that's a level going down there. I think it looked.
Oh, it looked like
black,
dull and black. Yeah.
Right, yeah. Don't know if he liked it or not. He's thinking, and I don't know if he was using that this whole game or if he just changed along the way here. I don't know. No, you know, that could be the IQ.
That's an IQ.
Yeah, just gonna say. One that's got 9,000 games on it.
Yep. The old trusty.
Yeah, right. Oh, Brady Stearns with the big split in the 10th, but it's not going to matter. He's still going to win the match, but that hurt him. I mean, he could have had 260 in there. That really jumped him up.
Yeah, when you're in second place, you know, every pin matters for that less match, right? I mean, less matches.
Yes.
You get that number 1 seed and only have 1 match to have to do for a title.
As we watch Chad topple him in again there, and he's not excited yet because he hasn't really done anything. He just forces the opponent to get the first one anyway. But he'll get this one and put that away. I was talking to Dave Ullman earlier about the scoring system in bowling. It's really kind of messed up. That it rewards you for stringing strikes. Obviously, that's what you want to do. So just watching, he get a 260. Talking about Brady. Yet he has 225. It's 35 pins that he doesn't get by opening the 10th frame with a bad count split.
Yep.
And if he strikes out, that's just amazing. Jeff should have thrown the Dick Weber light 5 pin to the right thing, but yet no.
Should have tried the move from earlier.
Yeah. As Chad left the 2-pin, left the door open for Ryan Julian to steal that game from him. Well, but he needs a double. Hey, Trey Hendricksmeyer. Good to see you. Lots of strikes here. Is that here or where you are? Is that there or is that here?
Yeah.
But there are a lot of strikes.
Is
here,
there?
yeah, everywhere.
Or is there?
Oh, Ryan leaves a Swisher 10 pin, so Chad wins again. And that was David Langer with the 232 and a win. So he just gained 62 more pins. And he was leading. So he's going to lead by more pins now. I don't know what we know what Chad did. He won, but didn't have 230. And I don't know what William Jones or Mark Blaha did. William Jones looking down the way, but he's not. Well, if that's his score, he's got an open or two along the way, so I don't think he's going to have a very big game. So I got this funny feeling David Langer is going to be our leader going into the stepladder. Watch his count ball here. This will strike because he didn't need it. So that 10 pin will go out like it didn't the first frame. So.
Yeah, Trey, there has been a fair amount of striking going on. We kind of noticed towards the end of qualifying, which wasn't on any live stream yet, that they were starting to open up, and then the front part of match play has seen what I would call very, very pair-to-pair style, specific. The match we just had finishing up in front of us, 216 to 209. To the left of that, we got a 225, and then just to the left of that, though, we got 176 to 148.
Yeah.
So it's been a bunch of up and down for sure.
I'm looking down there now. William Jones can get this strike. He's going to have 2-0, but I don't think he's going to win the match. So he might gain some pins, but he didn't gain pins on Langer, but he might have gained pins on a few other people in the field.
For sure.
I'm not sure who he's bowling against. Looks like Mark Lott. All right, well, luck of the draw.
Yep.
Could be bowling the guys up there, or the guys who are locked in. You never know.
You could draw the 11th through 16th seed and find yourself with 150 easy bonus potential too.
Yeah. So speaking of this football that we're kind of watching, a little lull going on here right now, the Lions, who were like going to win everything.
They are who we thought they were.
Exactly, yes. When two teams want to win, only one can win, Denny Green. So the whole NFC North, with the Packers, the Vikings, and the Lions, all made it with. They're out. They all look terrible.
Yeah, I saw plenty of social media memes and conversation about how bad the NFC North looked.
Yeah. Wow. 19-15 is the score. Philly's ahead of the Rams. Looks like 11 minutes 20 seconds to go in the fourth quarter. So it's not over yet, but there's more and more snow getting out or coming down, and now you can hardly see the lines or the hash marks or anything. It reminds me of a game years ago. I can't remember. I think it was in Buffalo. And Buffalo had to kick a field goal, whatever, to win. And so there was a timeout, and they had the guy with the sweeper came out and cleared the area for the guy.
Cleared the path.
Cleared the path where he can set the ball down for the kick it, and he made it. Now it seems to me that is probably something that shouldn't be done. I watched Anthony Stewart throw the ball up first arrow for a solid strike. You think?
Last game, Anthony could have just got up a good count and strike or whatever would have shut him down. He threw it in the gutter and he only got 8 and the pep for 162. It's up and out and
Oh no!
I saw him throw the ball in the channel, so that's what cost him the game last time. Okay, we just found out that all Anthony Stewart needed to do was keep the ball in the lane. He'd have won his match, and he let one go off to the right a little bit.
Missed
Didn't
one
hook out of that gray board. Well, it's going to play out there. No, it doesn't hook out of there, Jeff.
Well, and if it does, it doesn't count.
Well, it does hook out of there once in a while, but it just doesn't count.
It just doesn't count.
Then why doesn't it count? if you could perfect that, it's like bouncing it off something.
Yeah, I think our forefathers of bowling rule making kind of thought that looked like a bad idea.
Davey and Holman and I were talking
Even
about
back
that earlier.
then.
What were, we were trying to figure who come up with this scoring system, who come up with this in bowling. We don't know. Like, we know Abner Doubleday came up with baseball, and was it John Naismith came up with stuff for basketball.
Yeah.
Who came up with the rules here for bowling? And then who did it for football? And who did it for hockey?
Yeah.
Things that I'd like to know. They had this thing called Google, though. I could look it up, and
Well, then you only are 78% chance of being accurate in the info you get, but yeah.
78, that must be the number today.
Yes. Yeah, that's
78. Hey, I wonder what our CBA president, Matt Payne, is doing today.
Well, I saw a Snapchat, and I'm going to guess he's in Mexico.
I knew he was out on vacation somewhere down south. I didn't know where. He would have killed him.
He would have killed him today.
He does kill him all the time. He's one of those guys. I mentioned him going through all the Masters champions, and he's got 2 Masters titles now. Or he might have 3. Did he win the CBA? No, he didn't win the CBA Masters. He won Minnesota Masters, and he won the Minneapolis Masters. Yeah, he didn't win the CBA Masters, did he? No.
I don't think so.
All right, we got over here. So Anthony Stewart bowling Jerry Halldorf, and to the right you got Jeff Walther. Looks like he's bowling Dylan Hanson. And we're going to have Dalton Gatlin, and who's he bowling over there?
That looks to be Chad.
Oh, he's going to be bowling Chad. That's going to be on 5 and 6. Okay, and you got Will Matafee over on 3 and 4 against his opponent. Whoever his opponent is, who's got a double right away. All right.
Must
Can't
be
see
somebody
anybody.
that took a walk.
Maybe. I tried to play outside around first arrow like that for the last 2 games, a little over 2 games, and had some shots that were just solid strikes, and then some just like what Anthony just said there, just didn't make the corner, and then I had a couple more, and I go, okay, and then I'd be high because I wanted to make it. I just couldn't get really comfortable letting the ball off my hand to roll up and go.
Yeah.
Looks like a solid strike on lane 5 for Dalton. Now Ryan Swiderski is the bowler over on 3 and 4, bowling against Will Matafee, who started out with a double. A young man who I see when I bowl at Medina on Monday nights. They bowl part-time there. Hey, speaking of the Matthew Payne, he's watching.
What? El Presidente.
That's the beer they have down there in Mexico, by the way.
Well, he said something about having a screwdriver and listening to Mexican music.
Yeah, but El Presidente, that's the beer they have down there. That's amazing, and the El Presidente is there. All right, he flipped over. You'll see Jerry Halldorf off to the left picking up that single pin. And you're going to see Dylan Hanson shooting at the bucket here on lane 9. Ryan Swiderski, who got the third one. He's got a turkey. And Will Matafee got a turkey. So they're both striking. Listen to Achy Breaky Heart in Spanish. How do you know it was Achy Breaky Heart?
Well, it's his favorite song, so I'm sure he caught on to the chorus part.
All right, Matthew.
That's when I figured out he wasn't here and wasn't going to be here today.
Well, he told me that last month that he wouldn't be here. I at least scheduled my vacation for the day after the CBA, Matt.
As you really think that's exactly what, like the president of the CBA
You
should
would
do
think
too.
Would do. But then again, his family might have had something to say about that. Not the CBA family.
That's the president's family then, and they should support the organization
They
too.
should. We'll have to discuss that. I am, however, missing the MSC next weekend.
Well, that's right. You're not the president.
A good point. I'm not even on the board. And I should bowl because last month, being that I'm the age I am, I got seeded into the Stepladder being the real old guy.
I remember you saying that. The
So
ROG paid off.
Yeah, it's a fun thing.
Where is it at?
Saxon.
Oh.
The Saxon, as we used to call it. That's where I started bowling. When I started bowling in St. Paul, actually, no, before that I bowled at Maplewood, my first St. Paul leagues way back. And then we had the Saxon Straightaway League at Saxon, of course, and it was Tuesday nights, back when the house only had 24 lanes in the house. Then they added on 8 more.
Oh, yeah.
So that was back in the early 80s till sometime in the early 90s. And, man, we had some good teams there. I bowled with Brad Subak and Terry Schroeder, Chris Harrison. Mike Light bowled on our team. Yeah, it was fun bowling back then. Where you'd play right out off the ditch for a couple years. Not to say, but I averaged 203 one year and high average in the league. With old urethane stuff like black hammers.
Yeah,
But
the originals, yeah.
Not the black hammer they have today.
Yeah.
Oh, as we watch Anthony Stewart, if you saw the ball hook by that 4-pin, that's the trouble with not using the spare ball throwing straight at spares, right? We talk about that. Today I use my spare ball all the time, but some house shots I use my strike ball, just hook over there to the 4 and 7 pin.
Right.
But I always use my spare ball for 3 6-10s. Not so much the 3-pin all the time. 6-10s always. I can't
All
do the David
non-double wood splits or spares. Yeah.
I can't do the David Langer and throw it straight or back up, whatever, with my strike ball. I just can't. Used to. Well, it took me a long time to actually get a spare ball. Let's watch Jeff Walther throw him back 10 down, not back, but 10 down.
Yeah, well, 9 down and 1 sideways
right, yeah.
across the lane.
Exactly. All those revs. Like somebody said one time when he left like a dead 10 pin. All those revs, still only 9.
Yeah, right.
You still have to hit him at the right time. Granted, that was light. It was not what he was aiming for. Lucky, but still.
Well, you do, and it's a combination of hitting it. Well, you're right, at the right time, which means it's all about getting the ball to slow down.
Correct.
Right in the right spot. And the more revolutions there are, the harder it is to get it to slow down.
I was just going to say, do you think that ball slowed down for Jeff when he high
right.
flushed it in the pocket?
Yeah.
I don't think that slowed down at all.
No, and I mean it is hard to sometimes get them the higher rev rates to get them to. Sometimes they can't hook it enough when they're really tight
right.
because it doesn't slow down for them. And
You're right on that. He needs to see the ball react as much as the revs that he has. He throws it so hard.
Yeah.
He needs to have them kind of hooked because he doesn't get it to slow down on that oil. You're right.
Yep.
So, we got your crack staff here. Wife Stacy gives us these scores, and we just talked about that David Langer increased his lead by he gained 7 pins on Brady Stearns. So he's at an even 1,000. Won all 4 of his matches.
What a nice little stretch here by Blaha. 248, 222, 225, and 3 wins to get himself up into the ladder right now in 3rd. That's a really nice little stretch.
Chad Nelson was 216, dropped a spot, I think. But that's okay. He's still fourth. He doesn't care. He'd rather bowl all 4 matches anyway.
Let him get in at 5th, so he has to just work his way. That's kind of what he thinks.
He doesn't want to stop. He gets bored. And William Jones stayed in the top 5, even though he didn't win. He had 2-0, so he's a plus 114. But Ryan Julian with a 209 lost is 80 over, and so he's 34 pins away from ladder right now. And then Dalton Gatlin, Brian Swiderski, Jeff Walther, Jerry Haldorf, man, they're all still a chance to make the ladder.
Yeah.
Nobody's really separating except 1st to 5th. There's 120 pins, so I would say David Langer's for sure in the ladder. Brady Stearns would probably be for sure in the ladder. Not only with their score, just because they're good.
Yeah.
If I'm not mistaken, I think Brady beat Lumpy here either last year or year before for the title.
No, Blaha must be up towards the top there. Well, and after this, we'll have position round too.
Oh, yeah.
So it's just this game here, which we've got 3-4 frames kind of to go in here, depending on which match we're looking at. And then we will have a couple of minute break. Usually doesn't take us too long to get it figured out as to who's bowling who. And then we have to make sure that we put them on pairs that neither of them just came from.
Correct.
So sometimes it does take a little bit of time. But anyways, in about 4 or 5 frames here, we'll be moving into position round. And that's always kind of it's probably my favorite game in the whole tournament. It's my favorite time of the whole tournament. It's when you see the most drama kind of unfold and either the big things happen or the heartbreaks happen.
There's tension, not tenseness.
Yeah, a lot of tenseness. Well, I used to love when it was, and I mean now it's Bowl TV, and Bowl TV is still it's a really good product, very entertaining. But going way back to when before it was Flow Bowling, and it was extra frame. And I used to love watching the shows, like especially the Masters tournament, some of the bigger events. Where you had like large fields, it was for majors, and you'd see that position round at the end of match play, or that to head into the stepladder, and just that's when all the emotions came out of everybody.
Yeah,
that whole field, anybody, you got people coming from 10th place on pace to shoot 300 and maybe make their way in somehow, and it's just. And I really loved how that drama would always unfold.
It's fun to watch. I like to watch a lot of that stuff, but I can't just sit at home and watch it on, my phone or whatever. So I don't watch a lot of it, whatever. But it was fun to pay attention to it. It'd be fun to watch a PBA tournament. But nothing close by us ever, so...
Yeah. Yeah, the only chances I've had have been when I've bowled the Masters then and stayed to watch the TV show.
And one time I was going down to Tulsa. I was driving down to Tulsa for the ABC tournament way back. It was 1985, driving down with Greg Cheidel. So we stopped in Kansas City and watched the last couple games of qualifying at a PBA tournament, and Mark Roth was there bowling. I remember Steve Cook needing to strike out to make the cut, and all these guys that I used to see on TV, and you go, wow, up close in person. It was fun to watch those guys before I really knew a lot about bowling. And speaking of ABC, USBC stuff, next April, Jason, will be my 50th national tournament.
Yes.
That's going to be fun. I finally got there. Comes with age,
It does, yes. Well, I took a few years off, so I'm not even getting to 25 yet.
Okay.
And they're not consecutive at that either. So then I've got another milestone to wait for to get the 25 consecutive.
I have This will be my 50th, but it's my 49th consecutive.
Okay.
So I bowled in 1974 in Indianapolis, Indiana. Realized I have no reason to bowl this tournament at 170 average. So I did not go to Dayton, Ohio in 75. And then in 76 was in Oklahoma City, which we weren't going to go, but 77, I was going to be 21 and it was going to be in Reno. So we heard that if you want to bowl Reno in 77, you got to bowl Oklahoma
City.
Or whatever. I don't know. So we did that, and then I haven't missed one since then.
Yeah.
I'm hooked. But then I was lucky enough to be on one of the best teams for a
For
stretch
sure.
where we won a fair amount of money on the tournament alone and the brackets and stuff that we would do. But when you got, well, we should have 3 Hall of Famers, but Todd Savoy, Sam Lanto, and John Neese on your team,
Yep.
yeah, you're going to, then you can throw in like a Gary Green and a Chuck Vasson and a Luke Volklander and then a Matt McNeil at a time. So, yeah, we did really well. It was fun. Now we're just another has-been team, but we go all the time.
Oh, you still put up some scores.
do
And
decent.
yeah, absolutely.
Well, we got this guy named Joey Robillard who bowled really well last year. I don't remember all the scores, whatever, but I know he had 2,000 all events, and yeah, he bowled well. So we still do fine.
Yep. Joey had a good day in the kegel up at St. Cloud.
He did.
Yep.
He had a real
That
good
was a
day.
solid day.
A couple years before that, we were up in Alex, and he had 800 in the team event there. And, he's got a young baby at home, who's about 3 years old, I think now.
Okay.
Maybe 2 and a half. Oh, maybe it was just 2 in December, or 3. I don't remember which. But and he bought a house. Kind of hard, you're young and starting a family to get out and bowl every weekend. It's kind of hard to do that.
Yep, exactly. Well, and usually at that age is when careers are taking off as well, and
That too.
sometimes those bring about some other demands as well on time, and then it gets to be a tough compromise, that is kind of why we lose so many in that
Yes. In that
age
age
range,
bracket.
and then usually we see them come back, at least the really good ones, they still have that competitive drive and they want to do it, so they make their way back.
I think it's also their spouse, either way, whether they're women bowling or men bowling. If your spouse doesn't, not that I don't want to say they won't let you bowl, because that's kind of wrong thing to say, whatever. But if they're not just
Yeah.
100% and well, let's do this, so it makes it not as easy to come out and bowl.
If they're not
support.
supportive.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to say.
Yep. You bet. And of course, we need that in the right way in our lives too, because otherwise,
Yeah.
most of us are competitive enough where we'd be like, "Well, that's okay. You're not really in labor yet. Just as soon as I'm done with this stepladder match, I'm sure. Yeah, I know your water broke yesterday, but it's going to be fine."
Let me tell you a story about that. This was back in 1987. We were bowling at Royal Downs.
Yeah,
I can't
Woodbury.
remember what
Yeah.
it was before Royal Downs.
Well, Wasn't it? It was Royal Downs, then Valley Creek.
Then Valley Creek, you're right.
Yeah.
Royal Downs started as that. Okay.
Yeah.
So we're bowling CBA tournament. It's a 2-day tournament, and I qualified second, I believe. Yeah. And no, is that the one? I might have led it. Anyway, Scott Sodergren, at the time, and his wife, she was in labor. He won his first match in the stepladder. He was bowling 4th and 5th or whatever. And then Al Loaf came down to tell him, "Hey, Soda, your wife's in labor." So he packed up and left and forfeited the next match because he couldn't bowl.
Yeah. Stace will do it. I'll bring him up.
So then, actually, now I know I was leading the tournament because that Chris Harrison got through that match on a bye, and then he won, and then I lost to Chris Harrison for the title.
Oh,
I remember more.
and he
clearly
shouldn't have
now.
even been there.
he might have lost a soda.
Right.
And then the next month, I go down to Albert Lee, and I do the same thing. I lead the I lead the match play on Sunday. Make the cut, lead the match play on Sunday. Had to bowl one game, and I lost to Barry Zimmerman. I was back-to-back seconds. Disappointing,
Yep.
but yet good.
Right. Yeah, still a good stretch, right? I'm going to go help them get position round squared away.
Yeah, I think we're going to probably shut the mics off here for a little bit because they're just kind of finishing up. This is a game 5 of match play, and everybody's turning their scores in. I couldn't see what David Langer, he was over on about 15, 16 or something like that. Chad Nelson's going to get a chance to shoot 220. I believe that's his, and he's going to win. So that would keep him up there. 245 for Will Manafee, and he won, but he was kind of down there. So really don't know. We'll find out. So when we come back, we'll have the position round. We'll be giving him a couple practice shots on each lane before we start. So I'm going to shut the mic off, and we'll be back shortly. All right, position round going here. Get started. Jason's out there reading them all off and telling all the bowlers where they're at, where they're going to be bowling at. I'm going to read them off here too. I don't know their lane pairings, but I'm going to tell you who's bowling who. Leading after these 5 games of match play, David Langer, even though he only had 201. Uh-oh, there's a screw up. Stop. We better. Okay, I'm not going to say anything yet because it looks like there's a mistake somewhere along the way. I don't know what it is yet. Okay.
Sorry. Sheets are out of order. I got her. All right, so.
Oh, I guess we are right. He was reading the wrong one. So I'm going to tell you what's going on here now too. So David Langer, even though he shot 201 game 5, didn't win his match, but he did win 4 matches. He's at plus 201. He's leading, and second Mark Blaha at plus 198. So there's 3 pins separating first and second place. Chad Nelson at plus 196. So he's 5 pins out of first, and Brady Stearns fourth is 175 over. So he's only 26 pins out of first. William Jones fifth at plus 163. Going to be bowling Ryan Julian, who's 6th at plus 147. Then we got Dylan Hanson at plus 102 against Ryan Swiderski at plus 87. There's 7th and 8th going in with still a chance to make the ladder. Will Matafee at plus 83 with that 245 and winning. All right, I'm in. Oh, did he mess it up again? I'm reading off the sheet. So I'm not sure if this is right or not because somebody else is saying something. Oh, he's going to, never mind. The scores are correct. It's the lanes pairings that might be different because we don't want people bowling on the same pair they just came off of after game 5 to go into position round. Let's start this over. David Langer leading at plus 201 to bowl Mark Blaha at plus 198. Chad Nelson at plus 196. Well, Brady Stearns at 175. 5th place, 163, is William Jones against Ryan Julian at 147. Dylan Hanson at 102. Will bowl Ryan Swiderski at 87. Will Matafee at 83. Will be bowling Jeff Walther at 61. Dalton Gatlin at 48. We'll be bowling Anthony Stewart at 39. Jerry Haldorf against Mike Upton, and Tyler Kurkowski against Katie Ansop Schrader. So the top 5 will be bowling our Stepladder finals. And if I'm looking at this, looks like, well, the top 3, 4 could possibly move around anywhere. The guy leading could go down to 5th. The guy 5th could go up to 1st. 6th could sneak in there 7th, but get down to 8th and 9th might not have a chance to get in there, but it's going to be some moving around here. It's a cluster, as Davey Ullman says. So I'm going to stop talking here. We're going to let the position round guys take their practice shots, and then we'll be back. All right, we're back. We're just starting position round, and we're going to see in front of us here, we're going to see, well, what you just saw, Ryan Julian with a 7-pin, but that was still in practice, or was it not? Nope, that was his first shot.
That was first shot for score, yeah.
So we're going to be watching 5 and 6 right here. It's going to be William Jones and Ryan Julian, and they are the 5th and 6th positions. And right now, William is 160. He's 16 pins ahead of Ryan. So he has to win the match to stay ahead of him. And then we have Chad Nelson and Brady Stearns. They're
3 and 4. So just left of camera.
All right. Dave Langer and Mark Blaha are over on 17 and 18. And they're 1 and 2. Langer's got a 3-pin advantage over Mark. And we're Dylan Hanson and Ryan Swiderski are right here on 7 and 8. And they are 7th and 8th place. How's that work?
Yeah.
You got guys that are 3rd and 4th, they're bowling on 3 and 4. Guys at 5 and 5th and 6th, they're bowling on 5 and 6. And guys that are 7 and 8, bowling on 7 and 8.
Sounds like it worked perfectly.
Wow.
It didn't sound that perfect when I started reading them off, but boy, did it end up that way.
Exactly. It was just fine. So, who's the dark horse here that's going to get into the ladder? Oh, man. Dylan Hanson, he's 61 pins out of the ladder. And then Ryan Swiderski's, like 80-something out of the ladder. So I don't know. They'd have to have a really good game, which certainly can happen, as before. And I can't see William Jones, like Brady Stearns, Chad Nelson having bad games to drop out.
Yeah, I think that's the big thing, right? Like a lot of those guys that are sitting where they are. And Mark Blaha, not a common CBA name. He hasn't bowled a lot of them.
Right.
But let's keep in mind, when it comes to having some nerves, he just got done bowling on that LBC thing, the PBA or whatever it is. But, I mean, he made the TV show on that, right? So, I mean, we haven't had the chance or hadn't talked about it today, but congrats to him for that. That's a very cool thing.
Tell me about that. I don't know enough about that.
I was hoping you weren't going to ask that question because I don't know much about it.
I don't know how it goes either. I just know Trey Hendricksmeyer was on the year before, and now Mark Blaha was on, and I'm going, well, what is that?
Well, and I know it's a league thing. I know Caleb Pashina has made a deep run in it before. I don't know if you have to go qualify at a local Bolero. It's a Bolero thing.
Oh, okay.
I don't know how exactly it works, but anyways, I don't know how many levels he had to go through. I know he traveled more than once to go take part through the different levels. So, but anyways, he might be new to the CBA, and maybe would be some people's choice as the guy that would drop out of that top 5, then potentially have a bad game, nerves get him. But he's seen a pretty big stage, too. And I don't know that he's that nervous then.
It doesn't seem like it, watching him today. He bowled the Minnesota Masters, I believe. And I hadn't seen him bowl much, but I know he bowls with Mike Bischoff and your buddy.
He bowls at Klimple.
Klimple, yeah.
Yep.
So I know he bowls in their team, and we crossed with them in the team challenge, the St. Paul or Twin City team challenge.
Yep.
So I've seen him bowl, but I don't really know him. Seems like a good guy, throws the ball really well. So it looks like he should stay in the ladder unless he has 150 and loses and somebody.
Well, that's what I was when you said who's the dark horse to get in. That typically means there lots of times is somebody that's going out.
Yes.
And you had mentioned those that are in the ladder right now all seem to be really big names, big, kind of stars, if you will, of the CBA. Yep. And, so Mark is the name that probably sticks out the easiest or the most as the guy that's going to drop. But I don't think he has the nerves like that. I'm
going to take a walk down there to see how they're doing after 3-4 frames.
Yeah. Well, as he does that, we'll take a look at some of these other names going down. I don't think he made it much further. Maybe he did make it all the way down, all of them. But I'll start right at Ryan Swiderski. And let's see. Well, actually, he's in the match right in front of us. So that would be Will Matafee against Jeff Walther would be the next match. Will's at plus 83, Jeff at plus 61. And then you've got Dalton Gatlin plus 48, Anthony Stewart plus 39. Those guys are on 13-14. Jerry Haldorf plus 29, Mike Upton minus 2. And then rounding it out, Tyler Kurkowski minus 12, Katie Ann Sop-Schrader minus 45. But, yeah, looking at it, I mean, 1163 right now is the number that's the bottom of the stepladder. So we're talking about plus 163. And Ryan Julian, who we did see with that open right away in the first frame, is at 1147. So, again, Corby had mentioned 16 pins there. So the winner of that match basically is going to be the winner.
So I just went down to 17-18 to watch the match between David Langer and Mark Blaha. David Langer starts out with a 4-bagger and left a split. So he went 7-2, and Mark started out with a single pin miss, strike, 8-1 spare.
Oh, well, at this point, that is advantage lumpy then.
Yes. And we talked about the veteran being there a lot. David Langer does know his game, and he's been here millions of times.
Yeah.
He knows what to do. And he never gets excited. He doesn't slap him off, doesn't do it, and because you don't want to waste all that energy when you haven't won anything yet. Which is funny. I don't see a lot of people anymore. Bowlers don't seem to do that.
There's not nearly,
But
at least, especially on the amateur level, on our level. Maybe in the pros for a lot of money.
Yeah.
A little bit more of that on the TV show and that, but
more to win, more to lose.
yeah. Yeah, so realistically, if everything stays even, let's say, Ryan or Dylan both would have to shoot about 250
Yeah.
and win that match if everybody else just goes par. So right now, that would leave that up to Dylan. He's the only one that could still actually really get to 250.
And looking around.
Yeah, Swiderski Max is at 234. So,
Right. And looking around, the scores are not high. Somebody needs to start out with 3, 4, 5 in a row to have a chance to make a move.
Jeff Walther's got spare 6-bagger there. He's got
A lot of pieces at 100 pins down, but
but that's the bit. He needs
290 is
90 and a 30 for 120.
pins. And
that is what that's what it's going to take from some of
Yes.
these others. It's
of course now we'll watch him when he won't strike, but it'll be like a solid.
well, and again, Dylan is about a 250 game here right in front of us, and a 30 bonus from him being in that number, and mathematically he can still do that. He's like some out of it. I think that's what it looked like.
Dylan?
Yeah,
No, Dylan's only 61 out of it.
61 out of it. So he needs 230 and
Jeff's
a win
102
if everyone
out of it.
else.
So
yeah.
if Dylan and Jeff both made it, it means 2 would have to drop out, and I don't know who's going to be yet. Oh, and Jeff kind of slaps that 7 on it. He's got that spare 8-bagger.
Yeah, he's got 3 to go for 290.
He's not taking any time either.
No, that's an interesting turn of events there.
That's another thing you do is you post a score that somebody else looked at. Oh,
Yeah,
we
let
did
them
that.
get nervous. Yeah.
And Dylan, he's right in front of us, not on the screen right now, whatever. But he's
doing what he needs to do.
He still has 270 out there, and So, okay, so say he has that as 20 pin. Dylan, well, he would stay ahead of Jeff because he's got 40 pins on him. Wow, well, we're gonna have a little bit of excitement here. Hopefully, people keep striking to make us talk about something.
Yeah, I mean, so Ryan, not much, of a game, as we said, opening that first frame, but then William Jones has yet to strike and has an open.
So right now,
So we're heading into the fifth, and
right now William is going to be
he's
out.
fifth, yeah.
He's going to be out based on the score in the fourth, fifth frame.
Yeah.
Okay, well, Brady Stearns has 68 in the fourth with a strike 9 up. So he's fourth. He could drop out based on score.
Yeah.
Now, because neither one of them are going to win, and so they're going to kind of stay where they are. Jeff's going to gain that 100 pins if he strikes out.
Yep.
So, yeah, we got stuff going on here. Yeah, Ryan going to end Ryan's day. But what you still want to do, you know you're not going to win this game. You want to just get up as high as possible.
Well, yeah, and then you don't know what else is happening up to the right, and make sure you're staying ahead of whoever else is behind you and get the most money you can, and the most CBA points that you can. And
I read off the points that, as I talked earlier, that Will Matafee is doing all the stats stuff for us. Now he sends them to me, and he still gets mixed up on a couple things, but I verify them. I haven't verified all the Hall of Fame points that he's kept up on, but I will. Don't need to do that yet, but the yearly points he's doing really good at now.
Yeah, good.
Well, here's Jeff coming up into the 10th frame. He's going to be over on lane 12. That spare 8-bagger. And strike out for 290. That was that first one. That was pretty solid.
That was solid.
That doesn't mean anything yet. This one is huge because it gets him another 12 pins or more. We'll see Dylan Hanson up here on lane 8. You won't see. You kind of see him when he starts going up there.
Well, we can move.
That's all right. Yeah, you could probably move the camera.
Yeah.
Oh, he didn't get that one out at all. And he gets
and he gets that
crossover.
Brooklyn. Yeah, that's big.
The solid Brooklyn.
Oh, no, that's...
But struggling big time.
Dylan.
Oh, Jeff Walther caving in the 4, 6,
He did
7.
it. Yep.
290 gives him, okay, he's good. I need a pen.
Yeah, 89, he's even at, not carrying.
Do you
He's...
have a pen anywhere around there?
I just memorize it all. I don't carry one. I actually... Wait.
I have a pen in my pocket. I got one. I'm a sales guy.
Contracts to sign.
You got to have pens, whatever, so... Oh, and Dylan carries another one, and 290 for Jeff Walther.
Wow.
120. 1281. 1281. See, locker guy pen even.
Nice.
$290, the second highest game today. Next to
Hey, threw it against the guy that had
Who had
300.
300.
Yeah.
So, okay, if he makes the ladder, which, he's got a good chance of doing it right now with a 290, the guy he's bowling the best at the end has the chance, the best chance to win, right?
Chance to win, yeah.
I don't want to discount what David Langer's doing because he's been bowling the best all these 6 games of match play.
Yeah.
Actually, Brady Stearns out-averaged everybody in the first 5 games. Ryan trying to carry that lucky 10 pin. So the match on 5 and 6 is low scoring.
Well, and one's out of it, and the other one is about to be. I mean,
Yeah.
William Jones has 1 strike, 2 opens.
He's going to be out of it, and then Ryan Julian, who was not
Already
in the
out of
top
it.
5.
Yep. And he's not going to move anywhere.
I
mean, not upward.
No.
But you got to look at, like, so Chad, 112 in the 7th, working on an open.
There's a pillow fight going on down there.
So if Dylan actually continues to strike here, I think Chad goes out.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, how much, I don't have it in front of me, but how much does he have to give?
40 pins, 50 pins.
That's not much.
No, it's not much, but he's going to shoot 180
And
max.
Brady is going to win this match, it looks like. So he's not going to have a chance at the bonus either.
Well, yeah. And Dylan Hanson
strikes again.
Goes for the 7. He's going to have plus 100 if he strikes out here.
Correct.
Yeah, he does.
Oh, we know.
Well, we got it figured out here, Ryan.
Oh, we know. There's a lot going on. Oh, yeah, wait, big time.
Chad just left a 2-4-5 after going 8 split whips. So all of a sudden he's got like no reaction.
Yeah.
We call that the Corby reaction. I just made that up, by the way.
You say Chad's on 3 and 4 doing the Corby?
Well, he said, you didn't hear him when in the 11th frame last game. He left a 4-5-7.
Oh, dead 10.
That might hurt. That 21 pins not getting. But we'll see.
Well,
we just don't know yet.
here's the big thing. This is the important part right here.
The spare.
Pick it up.
Exactly.
That is what's going to make the big difference, because he's still going to be 249 potential picking it up, which is 79 with bonus. So
Yes. Oh, the solid 8 for the double for William Jones. All right, Dylan, all over it.
that's all he needed.
It's down.
That's all he needed.
I don't know. I would try for 10. I'd try for 10.
It's
So Brady got a double up there.
it's because of bonus.
Mark, what'd you have?
Chad's probably William Jones is
170.
and Ryan Julian doesn't
you know what-
enough to get
You know what Linger had?
against him.
You know what Dave had?
So I think you've got Dylan and Walther going in and Chad and Jones going out. Is what I think is going on. Are they down to that last one? Yeah. Yep. Thank you so much.
Of course, thank you.
Yep. All right, yeah, and then Dylan gets that strike at the end, so got 249 for him and the 30 on the bonus.
Well, so he just passed Mark Blaha.
Chad's going to max at 181.
Yeah, so Dylan Hanson just passed Mark Blaha, so he's going to be in the ladder with that
Yeah,
49
yeah.
game. Chad could be out. with
Chad,
his,
well, that's what I was saying. He maxes at 180. 181 is his max. And not going to win the match from the looks of it.
and that puts him behind Dylan also.
Yeah, that's what I figured. And then Walther has got to be, because Walther went 120 over.
Yeah, but he was 100 down, so. He's tied with Dylan.
Tied.
Yes. Walther and Dylan are tied.
The 249 and the 290 guys that win tied.
Okay. To make the ladder, it depends if they're fourth, fifth, or fifth and sixth.
Right. If it's
Fifth and sixth, it's a game.
10th, and if it's 5th and 6th, that's a game.
Fourth and fifth, it's the ninth and 10th.
Wow. And we already had a full game roll-off just to start the match
have all
play.
kinds of stuff here
Man,
today, Jason.
the drama.
So, okay. Chad could have 181, but he could win the match now
He
that
cannot.
Brady just opened
Oh.
the ninth frame. So if Brady opens again, it opens the door for Chad to pass him.
That would make a huge difference in the bit.
It certainly would because William Jones is not.
Because then he'd be at 211 or. Oh.
Okay. Well, he still needs 7 out.
Yeah. He still
You
needs.
think he's gonna
he
do
still
that.
needs counting the fill. Well, actually, not even the fill. He just needs count. Oh, big shot for Brady here. Make sure to get
Huge
at least.
shot for Brady to get some extra pins because
Yeah, he's got to get 8 here to get that bonus.
William Jones could possibly win the match and get to 30 also, but he's still. There's only 12 pins separating.
That's what we didn't expect to have. We thought William was probably going to lose too.
Yeah. So now
Yeah, if he
William-
wins, that's a whole different change too.
And William gets that strike in the 9th, but he left that solid 8 pin in the 8th. He could have had a turkey going, whatever. So he could still have 191. So he's going to win. So Brady's going to. He could use this. It just kept him ahead of. It kept him ahead of William.
Yeah.
He needs 8 to stay ahead of him. Yeah. No. David Langer will be our number 1 seed for sure. No problem. But
That's about all we know.
And we know that there's a tie for either 4th
Well, we
and
do
5th
know.
or
Yeah.
5th and 6th.
Yeah, we know
or
that
3rd
much
and
too.
4th
Yeah,
even.
could be 3rd and 4th.
Oh yeah. Well, no. So Brady's going to have 194s. I'm not going to give him the. I'm not going to give him the 194 yet.
Well, that was a change of events that we didn't see happening either.
No, William.
We
Jones
had, no offense, but we had William counted out.
well,
and
in the
Ryan
6th
winning the
frame,
match,
he
you
had
know,
91 in the 6th.
Yeah. That's a big comeback for him.
Oh, the old 5-7 that Brady left for. Oh, wow. 193 gains 23 pins. $13.98. That's going to put him in 2nd.
Yeah, that definitely was a little turn that we didn't have in our playbook back
We
here.
did not. No, we did not.
We had 17 out of 18 angles covered, and we missed that one.
Yeah, so I'm not going to give him 190 yet. And
Chad.
that's going to drop Chad, I think, out of the ladder.
Yeah, he's 155, 157. Well,
I think.
pretty sure. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, he's definitely out.
Yeah, he's 157 max. Well, he
No.
makes this. It could, it could change this.
Brady's going to 2nd. Walther and Dylan.
157. Lost 43. What am I? Lost.
Am I good to turn those last couple off? Like 11 down or 9 down?
Absolutely, yeah. All right, yeah, we're going to be on actually 11 down.
Right? 11 down.
11 down.
Perfect.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yep. Thank you.
191 from.
Turn the heat up.
No, get
Oh.
the game up. The
21.
5:30. Practice.
3 and 4. Yep. We'll go back and forth 7, 8, 9, 10. So the finals will be 9, 10.
Okay. If I got it
Oh,
figured
yes,
out,
please.
If I got it figured out correctly, it's.
I'm going to
Langer?
bet Ullman has it figured out correctly.
Well, I do right here.
He's a mathematician.
We got David Langer leading at 1447, and then we got Brady Stearns at 1398. Then we got William Jones at 1384. We got tie for 4th and 5th at 1381 with Dylan Hanson and Jeff Walther.
Yep.
But let's let the crack staff
Yeah,
figure
let's
it out
crack
first
staff
to
do
make
it.
sure. Yeah. That was exciting.
It will be 9th and 10th on 5 and 6.
Okay. So if we tie in a step ladder, or tie in going into the step ladder, for if they're in the step ladder for 4th and 5th, they just need a 9th and 10th frame to determine position. But if they would have tied for 5th and 6th, would have had to have a whole game to decide if somebody makes a ladder or not makes a ladder. Well, that was exciting. Jeff Walther standing in front of me shoots 290 to make it up in there, and Dylan Hanson, who was right in front of us on our TV pair at 249, both win tying going into it, so they're going to be 4th and 5th. They'll go to lanes 5 and 6 and have a 9th and 10th frame roll-off to determine who's 4th and 5th, to see who has. It's the rules. I said they tied for 4th and 5th, so they have to have a 9th and 10th frame roll-off to see who is 4th and decides position. If can't do that. That's not in the rules. We're gonna have all kinds of ties and stuff today because this is the last Sunday of the month that I'm going to be here. Yeah, rule's a rule. You're right, Jerry. A rule's a rule. It's written down somewhere, but I got it up here in my head, though. I know that. I might not know my access point, but I know the rules.
I'll find it out for you.
Let me know, will you?
I'll text you too while you're on vacation.
Yeah, do that. All right, we're going to turn the mic off for a little bit here while we figure out the scores and make sure I got it correct.
All right, I don't know if everybody at home is up to date with this. I assume when I was talking, Corby probably let everyone know, but he's doing some high-tech math right now. We have got a 9th and 10th frame roll-off. Dylan Hanson and Jeff Walther, like we had kind of mentioned as we were coming down the stretch there. Jeff with 290 and Dylan with 245. And they both win their match to sneak into the ladder, but then they're the 4th and 5th seed, and they actually ended up tying for their total. So we, where we're at, the score is Dylan has got 3 strikes out of a 4 potential here in the 9th and 10th. So he's about to wrap up making himself, yeah, there it is. So he's 59 out of a potential 60 in the 9th, 10th. So good chance here that we're going to see Dylan be the number 4 seed, and that way he will get the lane choice when the two of them bowl in the first match of the stepladder against each other on 7 and 8 here after this roll-off's over. All 2 more. Yeah.
No, actually, it might be in the right. And that's it. We never turn anything down because.
All right, so that's 2 for Jeff, but he needs this one and 1 more. Oof! Well, that's it.
Get the 5 out.
All right, we're going to move over on to 7 and 8 here. These guys are going to get 2 shots on each lane. 7 and 8. They're going to get 2 shots on each. Dylan Hanson will get the choice starting or finishing the match first. That's the other ball return.
Yep.
No.
Double bounce. He's just practicing, but he's bouncing the ball right in there.
Yes.
Hey, when the bounce goes your way, oh, it's basketball
I think that's anything.
or baseball.
Any sport.
Football, the way the ball bounces.
Yeah.
I think my grandma told me that's the way the ball bounces. That was just like if you had bad luck. We didn't call it that. We just called do something different next time. So Dylan Hanson, by way of winning the 9th and 10th frame Rolloff last game, or in the 9th and 10th frame Rolloff to determine position, gets a choice if he wants to start the match or not. And he chose to have Jeff start the match, which is what 90% of the bowlers do.
Yes. Yep. Flat
All
10.
that ball, still
Yeah.
only 9.
Yeah.
Oh, did you ever miss it at the top? You missed it at the bottom. Oh, he's been really good on those 10 pins today. We've always talked about how his spare shot isn't the best, but today he was really good.
Yeah, we talked about that earlier. That's just it. Like if there's a knock to him, it's the spare game, and if you see him up towards the top or in the qualifying and the cut bit, it's because he's good on him that day.
Right. Exactly.
And a heavy 4-pin for Dylan to start the match.
Going back to that, he missed it at the bottom. Where else do you miss it?
Yeah.
It's like in golf. Sodi always says, I came over the top. Do you ever go under the bottom?
Well, that I think is probably possible.
Look at that. They both have 9 misses in the first frame to start out. These guys should have some more practice.
That is them. Just got started.
Because I picked up all my single pins today.
The 9th and 10th frame roll-off to even get into this match.
I know. I was talking about how good you were on your single pins today.
Yeah. Yeah.
This is correct. That you guys have? Like it stayed the same.
It's,
I know.
so then we just had to figure out who is the actual
Okay, that's better. That's solid strike. The left lane could be the key because they can both get deeper on that lane. We saw where Dylan is standing in front of the ball return on the right lane. And I'm not sure how far left Jeff is compared to, let's get it on the TV pair. That's just inside of 5th arrow. High, solid flush shot.
No.
I mean, she doesn't. She was. I just. If you hit her for
I
any reason,
don't. It's up to her.
did you hit her?
I haven't yet.
Did you pull my inch?
Oh, no. I haven't done that yet.
What is it? 14.
No. 14 times
52?
52. Yeah. Thank you.
You got the
all
5
right.
out. It's like he fell off that shot a little bit. I'm not sure if he just.
Maybe a little quick feet.
But I was just talking that left lane. You can get in deeper already because you obviously got a lot of room on that left.
Yeah.
Does that make it? You feel like you have more room, so you just stand further left, throw it harder? I don't know. That's not my forte.
Less claustrophobic. Yeah.
There you go.
Yep.
Oh no,
Oh, Jeff.
that's Clark would be talking to him right now about
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
I will too, but
Yeah.
he's not coming
Well-
anywhere near me, so I can say anything.
Well, and I'm sure he's got a bit of frustration.
Oh, absolutely.
A, for missing him. B, I mean, he came up and said, "Didn't Dylan just finish on this pair?" Yes. The stepladder pairs are predetermined. That is just a luck of the draw, if you
Yes.
will, just like the way the match play was today, right? They fall the way they are when we have the cameras set up in advance. So,
if we didn't have the cameras,
is there?
it'd be a whole different thing. We'd
Yeah.
move them around. Yes.
Yep. And so everything was already set, announced, and shown, and so based on it, it's probably frustrating for him, but it is what it is.
Yes. But what if he would have had 170 come off this pair?
Right. Well, and it's the same.
Yes.
Exactly. And I mean, let's keep in mind, Dylan had a Brooklyn in there. He had
Yes.
some really good clutch shots, coming out the stretch, but it isn't like he owned this pair per se.
He might not have
you
liked
know,
to be on that pair.
again either.
Yeah, it's like you talked earlier about how you have the chips to determine you draw for what lanes you start, so you're not
Yeah.
bowling with your. You can't bring somebody in and cheat and be on their same pair. anymore.
Right.
So I remember one time bowling with one of my teammates, and there's somebody, hey, you boy, I go, well, you're assuming that I want to bowl with this guy.
Yeah, right.
So he might, even though he had 240, it doesn't mean he really liked the pair.
Yeah.
So he might want to be on a different pair also.
Yeah.
And that barely fell over.
I mean, this is as it stands, this is still even, just even.
Yes.
So
yeah, exactly.
The
Well, it's a
advantage
it's a 9-frame match.
the advantage is only in his head then at this point.
Correct. Well, I'm thinking, okay, I don't know if the right lane would hook more, or he's not as deep on the right lane as the left lane, so it finished stronger.
Right.
Because he's not as deep
Yep.
to start. But he's in a strike right here because he doesn't want to leave some. And if he leaves a single pin, I mean, that's in your head already. That, oh no. I
For
missed
sure.
2 of them. And a 9, I mean a 10 and a 7. At least it goes through my mind. Oh, that was nice and soft. That was nice and soft.
Yeah.
That was hand for all those revs.
Yep. Yep, exactly.
How do you say soft when a guy gets all that revs?
Yeah, I mean, you got backswing that's up high, but then it drops freer too.
Yeah.
So
Wow. So the other pins you hear falling down over on 3 and 4, that's the practice pair for the top 3 guys going into the step ladder.
well,
Nice solid strike by Dylan. So they both start out with a couple opens and a strike in there, 37 and a third, and they both strike after that.
looks like the back half of the match is the match.
Yes. Their league is supposed to start at 5:30, but they're not. Are they all in ready to bowl? They're oiling the lanes over there.
Yeah, they're just getting done with their breakdown pair, and then they're ready to go at least.
So that's Sunday night league here at Park Grove.
Yeah, they got lanes 17 through 24 there as their.
Whoa!
Oh.
That's 7 went out in a
Whoa.
hurry. Do you know that this place, I believe, used to be called Captain Jack's?
Yep, I do remember
They used to
that.
have this thing called Bowlerama here. Tom Ryther from Channel 11 used to host it out here, and I think it was something about picking up the 5-pin and then like a 5-7 and something else.
Oh,
and
yeah.
strike, and you'd win like a cooler
Yeah.
or something like that. I remember that like in the 70s. Oh yeah, well, you
good
that a lot.
spare.
So, you know.
I remember it
You
very
leave what you
well,
can
and
pick up.
I would call it was probably the 80s
Okay.
or early 80s
that's
because I used to watch it, and one of our junior bowlers from Wilmer, they had a senior, a female, a male, and a junior bowler appear on every show as part of their
Oh, okay. All right.
their work through, and it might have been more adult men that did it, but they were guaranteed to always have at least one woman
Yeah.
and one junior bowler
All right.
that always took part in that, right? And so one of our junior bowlers from Wilmer actually
Came
had
up
won
with
the qualifying bit to be able to go do it
Okay.
and took part in it. So yeah,
Yeah, that was. I never bowled in it at all, but I remember watching it once in a while.
Yeah.
I thought it was in the 70s.
yeah. Well, and it could have started then because again,
Might have started in
I
the
would have
60s.
been 80. 80 I think is when my first year of junior league.
80, your first year of junior league.
Yeah, I was 10.
I was 12.
You too. Thank you.
I was 12 when I started in 1967.
Yeah, so the same thing.
Same thing.
Same thing.
All right, well, 85 in the 5th after Dylan picked up that split, which was a 5-7 or 5-10 was an easier split than the big 4. So with the bad count and the 2, it's what is it, the 16-pin match. Dylan favorite here in the 7th frame. You know, he left a 245 or so last time, or a couple frames ago on this lane.
Yep.
Now he left it again. The 8-pin fell.
Yep.
So is it? Well, he is deep. Obviously, standing in front of the ball return.
Yep.
And I don't know his game very well, but you might not get the same amount on it from being that close to the fall line and the different footsteps.
Yep.
I've never had to do that. I've stood at the fall line and taken one step and thrown it just for kind of a, release thing, practice.
Yep. Yeah, the one-step drill.
Yeah. Not a good spare.
That's a good spare.
Lost 3 pins in count. If he gets another 7 count, then we counted a 10-pin, 1 frame. So. The two-handers, they always wipe their ball off every time.
Yeah, they're chamois-aholics.
They are, but you can't have because you're holding onto the ball,
Yep.
and it's going to slip off otherwise. Nice solid strike.
Yep, that was a good shot.
Well, he picked the finish on that lane. Or he picked the finish first, one or the other. But
No, he knew he had mentioned it even in the 9th and 10th frame bit that he wanted to make sure he finished on the left lane.
well, that's why he wanted to do the 9th and 10th frame. Makes
Yep.
sense. Snap that 10 out for a double. Now we're within 3 pins. Strike here gives him the lead in TV scoring.
Yes. Yes, based on the Chris Schenkel Nelson Burton Jr. scoring system.
Always assume the strike.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Well, that's the best way to do it.
Oh, man.
So soft off his hand, high flush, solid 7. This game's not fair. So now he's down by 4.
Got here.
Should have been up by 7.
Thanks, buddy. Good bowling, good game. Absolutely.
See ya, Will.
Thanks, guys.
Yep. Good tournament. Yes, sir.
Oh, he's all over it that
You
time.
did it. You did it.
Should not have left it, but
What?
he got it. Then he slams the ball over there. No. His arm hit the plastic. It knocked some over.
Angry.
Come on, he picked up a spare and he's that angry? Just kidding, by the way. That's off camera. We don't have to talk about that. Ooh, double bounce. Oh,
yeah.
You got the 2-pin out that time.
Yeah, he did. But he kind of knew
did not
going
look that
into
way.
this. Yeah, he doesn't. Yeah. I overheard him say something about just basically getting past this right lane and then
How did he strike in the 5th frame? I didn't.
smoke and mirrors.
Well, I didn't know if it was high flush or if it was a light. Because he hasn't been solid on that lane.
No.
Maybe that one was. But,
2?
oh, nope.
Oh, boy.
All right, well, here's the situation. He's got 150. He can get up to 180. And the double in 9 would force Jeff to get a double in the 10th frame,
Yep.
which I think Jeff could certainly double in the 10th frame. And I think Jeff would rather have to double than have to go spare.
I would agree with that.
The best spare in the world,
Yeah, is a strike.
strike. So Brian says that
Bounce.
that
Good
Captain
shot.
Jack's was in Woodbury off of I-94, but that was Royal Downs and Valley Creek. So Captain Jack's is this place right here. Blackbeard's at one time too, after Captain Jack's.
It's had a lot of names.
Yes.
A lot of them like pirate names. Blackbeard and Captain Jack and
Well, this is Pig's Eye Island is not too far from
oh,
here.
maybe that's.
So
I
that
guess
could have
that's.
something to do with
there
it.
you go.
Pig's Pig's Eye. used to
Being
be a
from
good-
Wilmer, I didn't know that.
Pig's Eye used to be a pretty good beer.
I do remember Pig's Eye beer.
One more.
Looks like he
here to
moved in a
force
little
the
bit.
double, and
Come
doesn't
on.
knock it over. So 170 is max.
Oh,
And Jeff needs to mark the 10th frame. What did I say? Best mark
best
in
spare.
the world.
Yeah, best spare is a strike.
George Peterson. He's the one who told me that years ago. I haven't seen George for a long time. I don't know if he's even bowling anymore. I know he used to bowl at New Hope up until probably the last 2 or 3 years. I'm assuming he's still kind of bowling. He'd be about 5 years old. He's probably 75, 74, 75-ish right now.
All right, 169 final score for Dylan.
That didn't matter on the overall score there. The strike did, so Jeff just has to mark the 10th frame. I'm assuming they're going over to 9 and 10 after, Jason?
Yes, sir. Thanks for having me.
I knew you would strike there. That was a really good shot. Neither one of them bowled the game that they wanted to, as far as what they thought they should have with the opens early and stuff. But Jeff moving on. I think Jeff's got the better shot of the two, and I think he's got a better shot than who's ever up next.
William Jones, yeah.
Because I think he's got more room.
He again, I think I think Jeff got a little flustered.
Yes.
He knew Dylan had just been here and had a good game that got him into the ladder, and I think that got into his head a little bit. And then he missed that spare in the first frame, and then I think that just adds to that piles on, right? Then the frustration becomes even a little higher,
And
right?
the
Even though
focus
you
isn't
made the
the
mistake,
same.
it still makes the frustration higher. And then take it one step further, and 2 frames later, he does the same thing. So
175 for Jeff Walther against Dylan Hanson,
Hanson,
169. So he's going to move on to bowl William Jones. And after whoever wins that match, we'll move on to bowl Brady Stearns. And the winner of that will bowl our tournament leader, David Langer, for the championship of the Park Grove CBA tournament. So we're going to go over to 9 and 10. It'll be William Jones and Jeff Walther, get 2 shots on each. We'll let them warm up, and then we'll be back.
Yeah, hopefully it won't. That went fast. Yes, 2 on 8. Oh, you guys on 9 and 10, 9 and 10, 9 and 10. Yeah, we're back and forth, 7, 8, 9, and 10. I gave you courtesy between the practice pair this time. Oh, yeah. I thought you meant because they just took what seat they were in. We were done and we're leaving. But you're right, that is a short step ladder.
Thanks, man.
Walther's the tallest by 5 inches. Pretty sure it would have been you and Brady in the back row.
Back row. Not the front row, Bob Euchre.
no, he made the comment that was the shortest step ladder ever, and he was talking about the picture.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's not a lot of height in that
Yeah.
picture.
Speaking of, I just heard talk about I said the front row, talking about Bob Euchre. He just passed away. Longtime Milwaukee Brewers announcer and self-deprecating man of
Yeah.
baseball. He told a story once. He goes, when my kid was playing baseball, he struck out 3 times, made an error to cost the game. Everybody else, all the parents are yelling at him. He goes, I was never more proud.
Chip off the old block.
Exactly. Yep.
Yep.
He says he was up, the last man up. There's 2 outs in the bottom of the 9th. The team was losing. He looked in the opposing dugout, and they're all in their street clothes, ready to go home already. Yeah, he was a good guy, good baseball man.
Yeah.
Good comedian.
Yeah, good sense of humor.
Oh, he was great. His last home run call of 2024 was Jackson Churio hitting a grand slam. So I just listened to it the other day. Somebody had it on Facebook. So 54 years of announcing Milwaukee Brewers
Wow.
baseball.
Yeah, that's crazy.
90 years old.
Well, we're going to have our number 3 seed, William Jones, here going against our number 5 seed, Jeff Walther. Jeff made it through the first game. Kind of a close one, 175 to 169. And that was over Dylan Hanson. That was Dylan's first stepladder, too, by the way. So always a cool thing to see somebody get their milestones, and reaching a stepladder is definitely one of those.
So Brian's saying, no, I don't know. He knows this more than I do, Brian, that Captain Jackson's a different center than Blackbeard's. So was Blackbeard's this one here that is Park Grove now? And so on I-94 near Valley High Drive-In, I'm not exactly sure where that, well, I thought that was Valley High. Was that Roseville? I really don't know. Tell me.
No,
where
Valley
exactly-
High is 94 in Manning. Isn't that Valley High?
I don't know.
I think that's the one that's in Woodbury.
So he could be right. In Woodbury, Royal Downs was a different center off 694.
Okay. Yeah,
So-
I think the Valley High one is the 94
Okay.
and Manning one.
I'll have to look
I
that
could be
up.
wrong too, though.
And I'm not from this area, so I don't really know. But I thought Blackbeard's Captain Jackson. This was the same. Well, this guy, Brian spent many nights at Captain Jackson. He would know. Okay. And then I just saw where Debbie Nordus Hoffman, her dad had a shirt for being on that show, the Bolorama.
Bolorama?
Way back. So
Very
that
cool.
For sure was in the 60s. I don't know if it's 60s or not, but probably
It was
started
back
way
then. Yeah.
So Brian, thanks for your insight. I want to. So tell me exactly where Valley High was. You say it's off of 94 and what?
Manning, if it's the drive-in that I'm thinking of, and there's only 2, Cottage Grove and Woodbury, basically, or they call it like, is that
What does Manning have?
Lake
across
Elmo
94?
out there?
See, I don't know that.
Manning goes across 94.
Okay. Well, either way,
Rough start for Jeff there.
We're starting the
Yeah.
match here for the split. I think
Little 6-7, but
I think Jeff got to get deeper. He's running out of room. You can't believe how much his lane hooks. I
Yeah.
saw him a couple of shadow balls shaking his head. That went high.
well, and I think he found the last pair tighter. And so if this is hooking a lot more, it's probably quite an extreme.
Now let's see what Williams doing. And Williams not using the urethane. I know that.
Thank you for your help. Yep. I love you.
Solid strike by William, and he's playing a lot straighter than Jeff is.
Yeah, if you're heading on 94 towards Hudson, you're going to have the Radio Drive exit. That's like the first one after,
yeah,
right?
I know
the
what you're
next
talking
one
about now.
is Woodbury Drive.
Yep. Okay.
And I'm pretty sure that next one is Manning, if I'm not mistaken. And there is a drive-in that is up right there.
Well, Brian's saying, I'm not sure if you're talking County Road C. Is that what you're saying, Brian? That was right over Fifth Arrow. Obviously, he got that in. I didn't watch on the right lane to see how deep he was playing, but
Yeah, you could tell by his reaction, though, he felt that
right.
he had definitely missed that one in.
Should be an easy spare. Just move a little bit left and throw it more right. Pick up the 3-pin. I like what Scott Endersby says back here. Jeff has him yelling at his phone because of the spare shooting. That's my double partner. Okay, he's in a little bit of no man's land right there. We're a little bit moves a little bit too deep, and the ball doesn't pick up. And a little bit more to the right, hooks up early. So like we talked about it, a game ago, how he needs the lane hook. He needs hook for as much revs as he has.
Yep. Yeah, when he has them, when they're a little bit tighter, if he can't see the friction in the right part of the lane, then he definitely has struggles.
Right. Yeah, nice spare. Stay clean. Second frame, you're not in or out of it in the second frame.
Right.
Okay, Captain Jack's is where the Ashley Furniture Store currently on 94 is. So Captain Jack's is not Blackbeard's.
Got here.
Solid strike, Jeff. High flush. See you, Eric. All right, now we got our geography lesson.
Yeah, well, at least of
Good to
the east side of St. Paul.
I could tell you all the northeast side of Minneapolis, where all the centers are and stuff like that. And
Next month I'll break down Kirkhoven, the
yeah,
infrastructure.
I like it.
Yeah.
Could be at Super Bowl. For some reason, I thought we were a classic next month.
Another miss in.
We're
Well-
a classic next month for the MSC.
I was going to say it's fairly obvious. Neither bowler's very comfortable
No.
here. They don't really like what's in front of them. Don't feel like they have much of a look.
Well, when you get to this part of the day, and not only the oil that was down, and that's all kind of dried up here where we've been playing, it's also, 9 hours since we started bowling?
Yep.
So that's going to dry out the lane just on the time.
No
the
doubt.
airflow and the movement and whatever. So he'll make an adjustment, though. He didn't throw those last two very well. At least it looked like he pulled up. So did the ball hook early, or did he set it down short?
Yep.
I think he's using the same ball. He's not changing balls. He's going to make sure he projects this one. But if he projects this and leaves like a 2-4-8, now we're having trouble.
Yeah, for sure. And that's exactly what you said, and he did it.
Yep.
I mean, he had missed in at least like 2 of the last 3 shots. He gave that one some room, and it didn't read it at all. Fortunate, actually, to just have, a 2-8 standing. But that still is no gimme
No,
at
because
this point.
is the ball going to skate by it or hook by it?
Yep.
And he's
exactly
He's not using the spare ball. The double wood, like I said, you got to hook at it a little bit. It's kind of hard to throw it that straight and pick
For
up the
sure.
back pin. All right, good spare. Nikki Hersrud watching. William Maddafee is watching. Are you driving home watching on your car, William? You can't be home yet. So, Brian, yeah, you're East Metro your whole life. That's you obviously would know the area. So, nice solid strike for a double for Jeff. He looks a little comfortable now.
Yeah, a little bit, yep. Has found a little bit of something to at least work off of. Yeah, it's good to hear from you, Brian. Thanks for watching.
You know, it's funny, too. When you see your opponent having a little bit of trouble, you somehow get more comfortable.
Well, and I mean, for some of these guys, it flips a gear, right? I mean, it just another level of focus kicks in.
Yes. And that was so soft off his hand for all those revs and barely carrying the 9 for a turkey. Put some pressure back on William, and now William, who's not lined up, what's he going to do now?
Well, and now is when the pressure comes on, the pulls inside become even more prevalent.
Yes, they do.
You know,
or your misses, if you were
For
told
sure.
to pull it, but usually when you don't have all the out room, your miss is in.
yeah.
That started up early.
Yeah.
I could see it.
You bet.
I wasn't watching the monitor. I was just kind of watching off to the right a little bit. I could just see where the thing just started up and way sooner than he wanted. And if he projects it, he leaves that 2-8.
Yeah.
So he's got the wrong ball.
That looks very similar to the shot he just threw in the third frame on that lane.
Yes.
Not much different
Right.
at all. Yeah.
Great tournament, Mark. Absolutely.
He's got a urethane in his bag that he uses a lot, but I think it's too late for urethane at this stage of the game.
Yeah.
Unless he's to move way out and try something, but he's a smart bowler, throws the ball well, so he'll figure something out.
Yep.
Yeah,
Got her.
Yep.
Good tournament, man.
Thank you.
Yep. Yep. Got him.
Thanks for everything.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks for
I'll see-
bowling.
Yeah.
Yep.
See you on next one.
You got it.
Not before.
I like it.
So I just telling Jace, hey, you didn't take a picture because he took it. Well, I was away from. That's where the talk was of the shortest.
That's
picture
yeah.
in the step ladder.
When you came back, that was why Eric said that's the shortest step ladder ever. We had just taken the picture, and
I was
the
wondering
top
where that
height is
came
about
from.
5'9".
Who's that?
Walther.
Is he standing on his longer leg? Oh no, that would be me. Now we told everybody in the picture, short guys in the front. Did you all stand in the front?
Well, it was kind of funny when I told Dylan Hanson to slide back. You know, it's-
yeah, you're too tall for the front row. Easy, should be an easy spare for William here, but he would have wanted that strike, I think. So there's a football game on now, Baltimore against Buffalo. It looks like there was snow in Buffalo, and we just got done watching the Eagles and the Rams play, and there was a lot of snow.
There's a lot of snow there.
Why don't these teams have indoor stadiums?
Retractable roofs.
Yeah, or at least
Yeah.
something like that. Strike here is going to put this match away, I think. Yeah, because he's all lined up now.
Yeah.
And
Yep.
I don't want to count William
Well,
out
that's-
because we counted him out in the position round, and he had a six-bagger or something in there.
Well, I was just going to say it's got to be disappointing for William. You fight your way, kind of on the verge of destruction there, and you fight back in it, and then only to kind of self implode when you hit your next opportunity.
That was just inside fifth arrow. Ooh. Verge of Destruction. Reminded me of a song called The Eve of Destruction.
Yes.
I don't know who sings it. I can't remember, but, it's the 60s era.
Let's say, was that like a Black Sabbath, Iron Maiden? Iron Maiden?
No, before that. Way before that.
Iron Maiden, weren't they there? They were around maybe 70s, I suppose.
Sorry to interrupt. So when did you? Recently, I've seen you guys change it, but the Stepladder. When did you guys get off of staying on the same pair?
Mostly with the camera bit, but actually, no, that's not even true really, because we always used to go 4 pair,
Oh, really?
and we just go up a row.
So you guys never stayed on
We
the same
never
pair?
stayed on
Oh,
the
really?
same
Okay.
pair, but we've gone to 2 pair when we got the camera set up, and we could go back and forth between 2 pair. But
So
it
is that
used
what
to
you're
be
doing now?
Yeah, it used to
Okay.
be 4 pair that we used just right up.
Okay. Maybe
Yeah, Williams having no luck on the ball getting down the lane on that right lane. And then Jeff, if you saw it, picked up that 7-pin just kind of barely on the left of it. But Picked it up no matter what. And he's going to be coasting home for this victory. Only because William can't seem to get the ball in the pocket.
Yeah.
So it's 3 in a row. And it's funny
I mean,
because he
through
struck in
that-
the
I
first
was-
frame.
Just going to say, he had that strike in the first, and then he's been lost ever since that.
Kurt, this is better than football. Indoors, warm, a lot of stuff happening.
Yeah, a lot of good drama coming down the stretch. That was a fun little position round to watch.
Oh,
and
that was exciting.
yeah, kind of see how it all played out. At this point, I'm sure William is probably feeling all of that work he put in kind of gone to waste. Spent a lot of energy and emotion getting himself through that match, making it into the stepladder when it looked like he was dropping out. Only to get in and then not really have much of a look.
He needs a strike here. He's not mathematically eliminated, but he needs to strike here. He must strike. Then if Jeff goes up there and spare, then he's going to win no matter what. I look better. All right, why didn't you do that?
Did he
the
carry
last
it?
2 or
Okay.
3 frames?
Yeah, that split the difference, to be honest, from where he had missed in
Yeah.
kind of the whole match to the one that he sailed out and projected. You know, that one right there split the difference between those two.
Probably a little softer and easier. He didn't feel like he had to force it down the lane or something.
It also looks, though, then, if that's your look,
Yes.
then you got to be
Solid
pretty darn good,
Yeah,
you know,
right.
because you don't have a lot of room for error then. He's splitting hairs out there, so to speak, then.
Well, to be honest, that's what I felt like today because I watched all these people throw it left to right and hit that spot, hook back to the pocket, and I can't do that. I can do that if there's less oil. When I know the ball's going to hook, I can get left and do that, but too long, too much, something. Okay, first of all, this game doesn't favor a 69-year-old guy like me, the way I throw it, okay? So I'm not complaining to change anything, but I just can't do that. But I keep trying.
Yeah. Yep.
And why, I don't know. Because I'm a bowler, that's why.
That's it. Oh, good carry.
Match is
5
over.
and the 7.
He needed to spare those 2 frames just to make sure that he's going to have
Yeah.
enough. So no matter what William does here, he can't win.
This
now, but
this really looks like Williams' match when we counted him out in position round. I mean, he was 90-something in the 6th.
Yeah.
And he ended up with the last, 5 or whatever to sneak in. So you can't count him out, but
But mathematically, you can now.
yes. Now we can.
Well, might as well
And
put
there's,
a sand pin there.
well, I was going to say, there's the other 50% of it. So when you do split the hair and actually roll it
Here.
good,
Yeah.
then you still only have 50% carry to work with.
And Hanson, Barry McGuire, Eve of Destruction. I knew it
Oh.
was something like
My
that.
mom would know for sure.
My brother would
That
know
makes
too.
sense.
My brother Larry, who's 8 years younger than me, knows all these stuff more than I do. I know the songs. Not everybody who sings them all the time.
Thanks, Mom.
That's your mom.
That's my mom.
Ah, oh, hi, Mom. Yeah. Good to know your mom's watching.
She watches every one of them.
All right.
Yep.
And,
She actually follows along. We have lane talk at Southway.
yeah.
She follows along when I bowl league at lane talk, or even when the whole family bowls on the Sunday nights. Yeah, she's
Nice. Nice. I remember watching my dad bowl years ago when, right when I started. Like I said, I was 1967. I started, I was 12. I used to go watch my dad bowl. He bowled at St. Anthony Lanes. He averaged 162. Not 161
Yeah,
or
another
4,
miss in.
162 for like 5 years.
Yeah.
Whatever, I don't know. And, the towel in the back pocket.
For sure.
Whatever. So, but my grandfather now, who I didn't get to watch bowl because he had a stroke when he was like 50, but in the 30s, he was a 195 to 200
Ooh.
bowler for about a 10-year period.
that's really good.
Yeah. And he
That's
was
where you
really
got
good.
it from then.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
so. Yep. And I remember after he had his stroke, and when I was like, I think I was about 9 or 8 or something like that when he had it, and then I started bowling, and then I had a couple of good scores here, and he wanted to watch, and I bowled with him, but he couldn't throw the ball hard or anything back then, whatever. But he was impressed that I was taking up the game.
Yeah. Well, 154 for William. That'll move Walther
didn't need
into
it,
the
Jeff.
semifinals.
Didn't need it. Well, try something different. Yeah. So Jeff Walther will be moving over back to lane 7 and 8 to bowl against Brady Stearns. And whoever wins that match, Jason, will get a chance to bowl David Langer for the title.
One David Langer, yes.
And that's going to the championship will be on 9 and 10. Now I don't know the difference between 7, 8, or 9 and 10, but I got to believe that David Langer is going to take his 4 practice shots, and he's going to figure something out. So you're going to have 200 to beat him.
Yeah, I would believe so. Yep.
And the guys who are coming up now, Brady Stearns is no slouch to winning.
He's been there a few times.
Whatever.
Yeah.
So, he knows what to do also.
This isn't necessarily brand new to him.
No. I gotta look up some stats here. I brought my yearbook and factoids and all that stuff here today because I want to make sure I have things that I talk about that make sense, that are real. So I'm going to look at my yearbook stats here just for the heck of it.
Yeah, grew up kind of a metalhead, and that's what I was thinking of. So Megadeth, Symphony of Destruction is what I had in my head.
Different song.
It is quite a different song,
so there's
yes.
destruction in there, though.
But there was some destruction.
An eve of destruction. Oh, I can just picture that. So you probably didn't know this, Jason, but Jeff Walther does not have a singles CBA title.
I did know that, actually, yes.
Yeah. And I think he's been second a couple times, but
And he's got his work cut out for him to get his first one.
He
A couple
does.
of Hall of Famers right in front of him.
exactly. So I was just going to look up Brady, just because I wasn't sure exactly. Yeah, he won here in January last year, January 24.
Wow.
So he beat David Langer.
Oh.
So,
Well, we could be
Langer-
setting up for a finals rematch, or yeah.
exactly, whatever. So
How about that?
15 CBA titles through July of 24. I don't know if he's won from August on. I'm not exactly sure. Probably.
Yeah, he
I would
has.
Just say, yeah. And David Langer has 19 CBA titles. So we have.
Well, and there's a guy, too, that, he still finds a way to bowl 4 of them to get into the year end every year.
This year he's not going to, though. This
And
is the first one this year.
really?
Yeah.
And
He paid his membership, though.
yeah, and I was going to say he's always somebody that kind of makes almost all the all-star teams, even though he only puts in 4 or 5
exactly.
tournaments a year.
Yep.
That's a guy that would have 30 some,
Oh, easily.
titles, and that if he bowled 12 of them a year, like those that commit to that
Yes,
do. And,
he would have
Yeah.
easily 30.
yeah.
Because he can do anything. We're talking about David Langer, by the way. He can do anything to the ball. Hook it, throw it straight. Like we talked about throwing his spare shot straight.
Yeah.
Just with his same ball. There's no spare ball in his game, whatever. So he doesn't have to bring that extra ball with him.
Yeah. One of the few that doesn't throw a spare ball and doesn't need to.
Doesn't need to, exactly.
Good start for Walther there.
So Brady.
Brady having
and,
Walther
Jeff,
start it.
Is that because he likes one lane better than the other, or just? I think people just like to bowl the two.
Just
frames.
wants to, yeah.
I think that's just a comfort thing.
Yeah.
So Brady's using a ball that I don't think he used all day today. Is that orange one? The what do you call that thing? The older.
Has he got an idle Helios?
The Helios, yeah.
Yep, in his hand.
I mean, he brings 12 balls for a reason.
Yep, that's it.
I should have brought 13.
Well, that's a fortune. That's a good 9.
Yeah, well, I didn't think it was 9 to start with.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's crazy because that ball. Well, but guys like him and Chad, they like those IQ tours that get oil soaked and don't do much, and then they're
They can
easily
make 'em do
controllable.
something.
Great tournament. Yeah, great bowling. And that's just it. They can force it to shape. They can create what they need out of it. But when they don't want it to, it's not going to.
Yes.
So I kind of think they like some of those balls that most people kind of start to not like. Good bowling. Thanks for
See you,
bowling,
Tyler.
Appreciate it.
Good bowling again.
Yep, you too.
Good to see Tyler Krakowski bowling all these. And him and William Jones are just come up to us and told us good terms, whatever. But Tyler, I bowled in league with him. I met him about 7 years ago in our Wednesday league at Classic Bowl. And I'm glad to see him out here bowling because he can strike with everybody, with the best of them. But he's been a better spare shooter, and I know.
He's working on his game.
Oh,
he's on a tournament team.
Yep.
So he's bowling a lot more events on a lot more different patterns.
And like I said, he won the Twin City Masters tournaments, Twin City Masters tournament a couple months ago. That was good to see.
Yeah, for sure.
9 and 10, buddy.
Oh.
So these are 2 guys from the St. Cloud area.
Yeah.
Jeff's just a little bit older than Brady. A little bit, maybe 20 years, but he's older.
Yeah,
Maybe
chunk.
15.
Yeah.
Something like that, whatever. But why is it the guys in the St. Cloud area all have these nice, soft, easy releases in the ball hooks?
I don't know.
Like
Probably upbringing training in that area, I assume.
like the Otana guys.
Well, a lot of Brady had a pro in his household. Bob, Bob
Yes, his dad, Bob.
toured and bowled a lot.
He had the
So
bowling center that he could
it started
bowl a lot in.
there, I'm sure, for him. But guys like Rod Neuenschwander,
Yeah.
a lot of
Another
instruction,
night,
a lot of influence from guys like him, and he has a really, really good physical game.
Talking about Rod Newman?
Yeah,
Oh,
Rod.
absolutely.
Yeah. And so, I think probably just some influences from the area, along with in some respects, genes. Genetics.
Yeah, exactly,
yeah.
You mentioned Rod in his physical game. I remember he made the ladder, the show, on a PBA tournament once. And I remember, I didn't know him at the time, but I just know, hey, this guy from Minnesota, whatever. So I remember Nelson Burton Jr. saying, watch this guy, whatever. So they just liked his game.
Yeah.
And so, and it's solid, still is.
Oh yeah, I get a front row seat every Tuesday night to
Yeah,
watching them
okay.
in league, and last year I bowled at their center on the Monday night scratch league and that. So get to see Rod bowl quite a bit, and he's
Nice.
still really, really good physically. Oh,
That ball almost looked like it backed up. We should get the camera over to 7 and 8 closer.
What are we doing? I thought I turned this. There we go.
Sorry, guys, if you're paying attention.
my bad. I thought I had moved it.
Lots of watching. Look at that. He even spelled Neuenschwander correctly.
Yeah, he did. Yep.
So way back, when Steve Sir made the banners, he did them with the felt and
Oh, yeah.
letters. So he actually made a banner for Rod Neuenschwander because he figured he was going to win a title someday. He never won one, but he had to make the letters like 2/3 the size
Yeah, right.
to get them all to fit on there. So he was practicing. He started out with Hoppenrath because that was a long name that he had
Right.
or whatever. And he had to start making them smaller or whatever. So he couldn't
And then
make
there
it
was
like-
Bach.
Then there's Bach, and it was no problem. He couldn't make him any bigger than that, whatever.
Actually, did Adam Apo win one?
Oh yeah, Adam Apple. He won.
Yeah.
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 He had a banner. APO.
Yeah. God, just lazy. laboring big time.
He's throwing the ball like me.
He's going to either need to figure out
The ball
what
doesn't turn over.
Yeah.
Leave 5 pins, 2 5s.
He's going to have to figure out what to do release hand-wise, because the ball isn't going to give him
Well, so
any more than what he's doing to
he
it.
obviously knows his equipment more than anything.
Really well, yeah.
Why do you suppose he picked that ball?
I honestly think the laziness of it is part of it. The
Okay.
controllability is part of it.
But
I think what he's not seeing, and it is, honestly, I'll say that, it is a little tougher with that ball too. But I think it's tying up pretty quickly on him.
right,
You
that's
know,
what I can see.
and so I think he's looking for that controllability, but it's happening before he is even catching it, and he's
So-
got really good eyes.
So now you know what he's doing. He's going over to talk to Chad,
Yeah,
and he'll be out of that ball next frame.
yeah,
That's
is
a guess.
that's one thing. Like, so we bowled the Garden Center tournament just a few weeks back.
I know he didn't take over the lead in the locker guy team. Other than that, he did
we
well.
tried.
Yeah. You and Baca leading doubles. were.
Oh yeah, we were.
You were,
No,
okay.
actually, I think. Well, we're leading scratch.
Oh,
We couldn't get to the handicap, but
Gotcha.
we're leading the scratch doubles.
well, that's kind of all that matters with us older.
Yeah.
Older.
And then
just
we did snap off Ullman and Meyer by 3, so that's even
better. Yet.
better.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And it can rub into your teammates.
Yes.
Yeah. All right. Well, so tie match up here, 5th frame.
Come on. There you
Jeff
got the
with
carry.
a stronger ball carries out
Yep.
that 5-7 barely.
Yeah. So when we're up there, Chad, kind of said to me, "This thing is before you can see it."
Yeah.
Right. This thing is actually already done what it's going to do before you can see in that. So he's got incredible eyes. So that's exactly it. Yeah. And here
And he
he comes
changed
with
the
something
ball.
different. Yeah.
I knew that.
Yeah. He's going to Chad going.
I don't know why he didn't ask me. I would have told him to try something different.
Well, and it is easy to see back here.
You know what's funny?
That part is true.
It is so funny how you're standing up there, you're bowling, and the ball. Oh, if I just do this, if I just do that.
Yeah.
But there's more than just that. Like,
Yeah.
I didn't catch all that. Like, yeah, but you could catch all you want. It's still the wrong ball.
Yeah.
But we as bowlers are stubborn, because we're just trying to. We think it's us. We didn't do it right.
For sure.
So this would probably be. Oh, he didn't throw
Big
it
move.
well at all. Oh, and then he crosses over for a strike. So that's a huge break.
Yeah, it's a big break,
'Cause,
no
I mean,
doubt.
that could have been 5-6 split. Oh, whatever.
Could have been ugly.
Okay. He knows he didn't throw it well. It wasn't the ball. He just threw that one bad. He didn't give it a chance
For sure.
at all.
Yeah.
What is that, by the way? What did he go to?
I didn't even. Looks black. No, there's a little swirl to it.
He'll throw this one better, whether it's going to strike or not, whatever. He's definitely going to throw it better. Yeah, William, we changed it to 7 and 8. We didn't realize that right away. Threw it better, so he went through the nose instead of crossing over.
Yeah.
Oh, he'll pick up the spare, and we got a tie match in the 5th frame. Only good thing.
Yeah,
Jeff,
good
I think
spare.
it's a
Ion
good lead here
Pro.
with the double. Ion Pro.
Ion Pro. Which that's been a popular choice for a lot of the higher rev rate guys.
Okay.
That's another very controlled piece. Obviously more than the other one.
That's what
Good
you call
shot.
a high flush.
Yes.
The only thing that would have been standing would have been a 9-pin, if anything, because it was too
A little.
high
Yeah,
flush.
yeah. Wouldn't have deflected enough.
Right.
Yeah.
That was unbelievable. I mean, he throws so much ball. It's unbelievable with so much little effort.
Yeah. Yep.
He's strong as an ox. That's the one thing,
Yeah.
too, whatever. So. Ooh, he just shoveled that one out there.
Yeah, and I think you're just a little firm
maybe on
with
that
that
one,
one,
yeah.
I think. Yeah.
I call it shovel, which is kind of what you want to do sometimes. Just let that ball go off your hand.
Yeah.
And just let it go. Knowing the ball's going to finish, just get it to the hook point. We could, break that down why you left the 10 pin. It was a little too far down, whatever, but he left it. But he got the double, which was huge. If he would have went 10 pin strike, he would have been just a tie game here.
Yeah.
Now he's up by 19 pins. And Brady, who is not solid at all, the last time in this lane he crossed over.
Yeah, and I mean, he still hasn't really hit the pocket confidently either yet after this ball change.
Right.
Throws a bad shot, but then throws a pretty good one, and kind of a still bad result out of it.
This one he's going to throw good. Okay, for 4-pin, do it good. And that's just a case of maybe not knowing where to stand, changing balls. Sometimes when you change balls, like in the middle of a game, saying you can get lucky, but it's a kind of a really thought out process. Okay, I'm going to use this ball, I'm going to move like 5 and 3 or whatever because the ball does this more or this less than the other one. So it's a calculated move, but still,
right,
to be solid in the pocket and strike, you got to have some luck in there. Ever since he got that new spare ball, he's pretty good on.
Yeah, he's
single
been
pins.
pretty good.
Yeah. You'd know that more than me. I just see him in these tournaments. You see him in your tournament team. I know he had some trouble with some 10 pins for here and there, 2 or 3 years in a row, maybe under pressure, but seems to be okay now.
Yeah, he likes the new spare ball.
It'll always look good when you pick up the spare.
Yeah.
Or as they say, just an extra ball otherwise. Why bring it?
That other ball,
Yeah.
my second shot ball.
I use that a lot today.
A lot of bounce in these panels too, yeah. I mean, especially in that deep. When they're getting that deep and setting it down that close to the edge of the gutter. Dylan Hanson had a bunch of that on this.
Yeah, oh yeah, we
on
talked
this
about
pair.
that.
Yeah.
Double bounce for the strike.
Yep.
Well, he'll pick this up and move on. Jeffson will go up there and get strike, and put some pressure back on Brady. And Brady ain't going to be able to handle it, and then Jeff's going to win.
And that's how that'll go. Good spare.
We have a clean game. Speaking of clean games, Jason, I had a clean game 182 today. How often does that happen?
So the other night in the sport league, I had a clean 187.
Okay.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Broke up the split. That's huge.
Yeah, that is.
Yeah, 182 clean game. And they weren't any splits or washouts. They were just 7 count, 6 count,
7-8.
No, and I had 1 strike. Actually, I don't think I had a strike that game.
I did, but that was the night where I had said I had never had like an all
Spare game?
Yeah, well, yeah, and then I had not been shut out, in a no strikes but all spares, and it was the 10th, and then I only got 1, and then I dead 10'd after it. Yep.
Oh, that would have put him in some really good position right there. The worst. Okay, I don't want to say anything, but he absolutely has to
have
pick
it.
this up.
Has to have it.
Because then he just needs to mark the 10th for 2-0, and that's going to be enough to win.
Well, and the
Taking his
fact that
time,
Brady's
though.
only got 2 strikes this game.
Oh, he's all over it. Nice.
Yeah.
Way to go, Jeff. Jeff's walking away going, oh, I don't know what to do. But, I mean,
He just doesn't want to hear anybody.
no, he doesn't want to listen
Yep,
to us.
yep.
He's been standing around the booth here or whatever, so doesn't want to hear us talk. Get away.
Yeah, right.
He's back here with his bush latte. So the best scenario for Jeff would be for Brady just go spare
Yeah.
and not have to have the double.
Change back to the orange one.
So he's
And
just lost.
he's lost.
Yeah.
Yep. 100%.
And then the count. That didn't help at all. 'Cause now he's
Not at
11
all.
pins
Yep.
behind instead of under the 10.
But I think he thought the other ball could get him into bigger trouble. More prone to, that thing overhooked on him like 2 or 3 times.
Well, he discussed it with Chad. So, and why he picked that one, I really don't know. But,
All right, good spare.
so, him not knowing where the pocket is right now.
Yeah.
If he goes another 7 spare 7 or whatever, Jeff does not need to mark the 10th frame.
Yeah.
So he needs to get the strike here, a good count to force Jeff to at least mark the 10th.
Yeah.
That's kind of got to be his goal right now. And I really can't see him doubling for 2-0. Which is really odd for me to say watching Brady. that he's
You're
not gonna
right,
double.
that we don't think he might double.
But I'm just going by what's going on right now.
Guy shot 900 once, and we're curious
Yeah,
if he could
exactly.
double or not. But
He can't strike.
he didn't shoot 900 on this. So
No. Somebody just had a 900 not that long ago.
yes, he did. Oh, there it is. Trips at 4. Yeah, Desron.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, Robinson maybe.
He's a lefty. I can't remember.
I thought he was a righty.
Might have. I watched it. I don't remember now. Whatever.
Yeah, but yeah, I did see that.
Yeah.
Yep.
So you talking about this ball earlier, where you thought this was controllable, and so he kept that one in. I know he tripped a 4, but he did not swing it out too far where it didn't
Right,
underreact.
right. Didn't go Brooklyn. Didn't go through the face.
So would you move another board or two? Like a
I would.
quick
You
one?
have to.
You
Oh well,
have to.
unless like him, he might go hand or speed.
okay.
He might just try to speed
Not
it up a
necessarily
little.
moving, but it's
Yeah,
something different.
but an adjustment, no doubt. Yeah. Oh wow!
Is that a messenger, or was that just a spinning
Oh, that was a
spinning
spin
wheel?
the bottle messenger. That was.
Spinning. Oh, that's another song. Spinning wheel. Where's your mom? Who sings
Yeah.
that song? Spinning wheel. That's,
She'll have it shortly.
yeah. Spinning wheel. Oh God, that's
It's probably the Carpenters.
no. Come on, Mom. We need to know. Spinning wheel. Who sang that song? Okay, well now this is a huge count ball.
Yeah.
So he goes high, trips a 4, half pocket, carries a messenger 10. 9 is good.
Yeah. Strike is better
Solid.
because my Kirk Oven math then says
All right.
if he goes 9 spare 9, he loses by 1.
Exactly.
Yeah. So that strike, I think, that was a big
I'm gonna
thing.
Take back what I said that he's not going to double in the 10th. Talking about Brady wasn't
Yeah,
gonna
yeah.
double in the 10th.
Yeah.
Okay, he took his time. He didn't take his time. I was joking
No.
on that, but nice
Right.
solid
Yeah, he got
strike.
up and went.
So now he just needs a spare.
Yep.
What's the best spare in the world, Jason?
I think they say a strike.
Strike. Mark, I should say Mark.
And by they, I mean you.
George Peterson. Best Mark and blood, sweat, and tears. Yeah, right. Spinning wheel, but blood, sweat, and tears. Good buddy, I like it. Oh yeah, righty in Buffalo, New York had the 900.
At a Bolero, I remember that. I saw the video.
Oh go.
There it
Right side
is.
Flush strike,
Yep.
Jeff.
There
That was
it is.
one hell of a match. It was back and forth.
Yeah,
and nobody got away.
I mean, it was not high scoring, but it was a good, solid match
Yeah.
and clean.
Clean.
You know, so
A clean
nobody
match.
nobody gave it away to the other by having all the opens and stuff. It
Okay.
just was, you know,
Well,
a lot of spare shooting.
And it was
And a
good
few
for their
strikes
shooting.
when you need it. They both punch out the 10th, basically. Yeah, they do.
yeah.
Yep.
Very,
Look
that
at
was
that.
an
Even the
entertaining
crowd in league
match.
liked it.
Way over there in 19 and 20, they were cheering for
They
Jeff
thought it was
striking
great,
that,
Jeff.
whatever. So we're going over to 9 and 10.
Yeah, 9 and 10. Yeah.
To,
Yeah. We don't do that.
we don't do that. Jeff wanted to go to 5 and 6. I don't know why, but
Oh, well, there my mom came back in. She was just a little behind Kurt Buddy, but it is the blood, sweat, and tears.
I like it. So we're Jeff Walther going to be bowling for his first ever single CBA title against the guy who wins a lot of stuff, David
Yeah.
Langer. And it's going to take 220 to win this game.
Couple of Hall of Famers to
clean.
have to make it through for your first singles title is
Oh,
that's
yeah.
a good run to make.
So they're gonna get 2 practice shots on each lane, and Lumpy gets a choice of if he wants to start the match or let Jeff start it. And Lumpy's one of those who will actually, I think, figure out which lane he likes better or which lane he thinks Jeff doesn't like better. That might determine him. That might determine Lumpy's choice of starting lane. The Motive staffer, I don't know enough about the Motive bowling balls that he's got out there, whatever, but he makes them all look good. Yeah, Jeff's just toying with them, showing that, hey, I don't like this right lane that much, so I'm just going to throw something. Let you think, I don't like that.
Timeout?
I don't know where Jason went. He might have had to use the little boys' room there, Chad. They're just warming up, so we didn't need them here right yet. So.
In the girls' room.
All right, so Langer's going to use a different ball for these next 2 shots, and he'll decide which one is better for him. High 4-pin on the spare shot. That's just inside a 5th arrow for Jeff. And looks like the ball hooked up and didn't finish. The last 2 shots for Jeff on the right and left lane have not been good. Langer's taking out a different ball now. He's going to try something else for this one.
Both in the bet you win.
I'm assuming they're both in the bet you win. Yes, I'd have to.
I would think. Lump is, but Jeff,
Oh.
I'm sure.
Lump's in the bet you win for sure, and I'm pretty sure Jeff is.
Yeah.
And even though he's kind of lost on his shadow balls right here, right now, and I was just talking about how Lump's gone through 3 different bowling balls now in practice here. Hasn't liked any one of them, whatever. But I still think he's going to let Jeff start the match, and because I don't think he.
Be my guess.
Yeah, he's definitely going to do that. So, Jeff Walther does not have a single CBA title, Chad.
He's got doubles.
Got a double. So
This would be cool.
this would be really cool to see that, whatever. But Langer lost last year here to Brady, so he wants to win. And he obviously talking about Lumpy, knows his equipment better than a lot of people.
Oh, yeah.
And can do a lot of different things with his hand to create different ball reactions. So, but even though he did not hit the pocket at all in shadow balls, we'll see what happens.
I was more impressed with the last game. He didn't have an open. Either
Jeff?
guy.
We were talking about that. Very nice. Well, he had those 2 opens, and when he bowled against in the first match against Dylan, he had 2 single pin misses. He was a little ticked at himself because he was pretty good spare shooting all day today.
Yeah.
So he should pick this up because I think he's unfazed by that little thing he went through a while ago.
Good.
Oh, hey, keep it back there.
Stay in there.
Keep it back there.
Lump go back to the. No, he was going to throw the gold one. I thought he was going to throw that silver thing.
I wasn't sure. He threw that silver one to last. So, and then he had that other blue and white one that
Yeah,
he put
that's
down
the one
below.
he was using on the practice pair, but
Okay.
that practice pair is way different.
So
than
this
these
must
are.
be one of his favorite ones that he's using here.
Yep.
That's why he would take it out. All right, well, just up to 4-pin. That's okay.
Lazy down line.
And if you let up on it, it's going to hook a little early. So we were talking, watching Brady's match. He used that Helios to start with, and they changed to whatever it was. He
Ion.
changed to the Ion, yeah. And it went back. And is that Helios more controllable for him?
Yeah.
That's what we kind of thought.
Pinned down, a lot slower ball.
Yeah, okay. So he almost won that match, whatever. So
We were joking about it over there. Jeff missed the pocket once, and
yeah,
Brady
hit the pocket
hit
once.
the pocket until the
Exactly.
10th, maybe hit it
Well,
twice.
that's what we were talking about. We didn't think that Brady had any
yet-
chance at all.
But yet it still come down to the 10th.
Yeah, it did. Funny. All right, so that was a little light. We'll see what Lumpy does in this one here. He's got more room on the left lane. He can move deeper with his feet,
He's going to move left and soften his hand up.
and he can do that really well.
Got the whole mitt full of that.
So you got around that one pretty
Okay.
good. It's a good shot.
Hey, he's going to leave if he goes 9 spare for to start with until he gets lined up. I was saying earlier, 220 is going to win this match because I think Lump's going to have 220. Just before watching him bowl here, I just think he's going to have that much. He'll get a couple doubles or a turkey somewhere in there. So Jeff has to stay clean and somehow get a string going.
Hard part is playing this deep. It's you're very close to a bad break.
Yeah, oh, right.
Flat 7-10, 5-7.
4-5-7.
10,
4-5-7, Chad.
4-5-7.
We heard you called that the Corby, by the way. We didn't
Yeah,
want
that was pretty good. Korth. I could have
He
called it
the Korth. Yeah, same thing. Yeah.
Here comes your sidekick. Hey, bartender.
Hi there.
Oh, hey. Somebody came with refreshments.
Watch this follow through.
Oh, no. Oh.
The approach has started up on that one.
Yeah.
I'm going to reach my hand out the side and see if my car starts.
What is it?
Start mine too.
It's only 4 below. No, it's only 4 below.
Oh, I could go out in shorts.
I'll be, where I'm going to be like next week? It'll be 85 degrees difference.
Dominican Republic?
Just on a Caribbean cruise.
Just.
Yeah, just. Hey, that's okay. From my angle, I didn't watch the monitor. I was watching it from over here. He's up right. It looked like it started up way too soon, but then when I flush.
But you can throw it 20
Well,
miles an
okay,
hour,
there's that.
helps.
I forget about that.
So Ben Godey is watching. Ben, do you still want that Zen?
No more ends.
Ben's Zen is still available.
No more ends.
No more Ns.
Who's Ben Godey?
Gen Bodie.
A double here would be really huge. It put some pressure onto Langer
On the Langhorn.
early in the match.
That's
That
right.
looked really nice, though.
That's right, and burned up quick.
Okay, but it was so nice off his hand.
It was good. Everything's nice.
All
That is a
those
true
revs,
story.
All those revs, still only 9.
Yeah.
No more ends.
Okay, he just needs to pick this up, though. Do not give away pins. Just pick it up.
Been pretty good at that in this. Other
Yeah.
than that first match against Dylan.
Right, we talked
Get
about
there,
that. The
there we
match
go.
against Dylan, he missed a 10 and a 7.
Yeah.
He was flustered more than. It wasn't anything to do with anything, but he got a little flustered on the lane.
Yeah.
Never happened.
Yeah. Yeah. All right, Ben, it's still yours.
Is it 15? Maybe Carl wants it.
The Zen, maybe you should get a Zen 25.
Oh, I do. You mean him,
Ben.
Ben? He probably has one of them too.
I'm sure he does. What ball?
Oh, boy.
That would be a little bit high, trip 4-7 kind of shot that he would
High
say.
flush, lump. High flush.
I was going to look and see.
Jay Hinkmeyer, aren't you supposed to be teaching kids how to bowl?
So I thought.
Yeah, junior league has started. Be a coach.
David Langer's last title was the year-end April CBA at Super Bowl. Oh, you got the 5 out.
Feel like having Carl.
That's all right. Get 9 spare strikes along the way here, and it'll come down to the 9th and 10th frame, and whoever performs there is going to win this match.
Sheehan, where's our February stuff?
Super Bowl.
This morning.
Super Bowl.
Super Bowl.
16th.
The
The locker guy, bowler of the decades, Davey. You got it. Do you know something, Davey?
I got some freaking.
The guy that doesn't need a spare ball
You
there.
know something, Dave? We talked about this. If I would have had a 16 over,
Carl Kempa, that Zen
I would be winning
25
that. I would
is
have to pay
pretty
myself the
fantastic. That's
$300.
it's a really good looking ball.
Oh, wait a minute.
It's
I
also a
was
really
6.
good
I was right
looking
back.
reacting
See,
ball.
I could give myself it went
Then
250.
Then they'd say collusion.
That's why I didn't.
Oh, that
They'd
didn't
say,
get the
"Oh,
5 out.
that's right. Corby rigged it.
I know.
That's what they'd say.
I see that he's just getting a little faster
Faster.
and faster
that
as
comes with
each kind
excitement.
of as each kind of frame is coming along. Yeah.
Pretty easy spare for a guy who hooks it a lot. Just move in like 3-4 boards left, right? So your same strike shot. No, that the ball got too far right away. Yep. I think.
It's not that bad. You just got penalized.
Yep.
You got the 4 out. I'm a little salty on that.
Chance.
Well, he should have thrown a better game and position round.
Okay, Jeff, get back on him. Just get the pocket. Leave something. If you leave some, pick up a spare.
Yeah,
All
that
right.
definitely was softer.
Okay.
Yeah. Yep.
Would that have something to do with the right lane? I'm not really sure. The right lane hooked less than the left lane all
I
along the
think, it might
day.
have been, I think he also might have been a little in, so it never really never got into a roll soon enough.
But he could be deep run with his feet on the left lane, so maybe feels he's got more room. I don't know. I'll ask him after the match is over.
Is it just a combination of firm
Yep.
when you're that deep and you're that whatever, it's going to happen on this thing.
Yeah.
So we're watching two
Yeah, the
pretty
deeper
good-
you get like that, the nicer you've got to get to it while still, and the tendency is you've been pushed into here. You think you got to be firm because it hooks, and that's why you're there. But that's not the deal. Yeah.
We're watching two pretty good bowlers here. They're both playing pretty deep, throwing a fair amount of revs, even half 10s and 5-7s.
Yeah.
What chance do I have, Jason?
Yep. We have all the chances in the world, Corby, because we have equipment on our side.
Yeah, but
We can always get something that'll do it for us.
I'm still looking for that. I bought
That was
two
a little
new
bit of a
ones.
joke.
Yeah, I know. I bought two new
Little
ones
tongue-in-cheek,
that
yeah.
gave me a little more. But like I said earlier, this CBA is not made for 69-year-old guys to. You're not going to cater to them for patterns.
Yeah.
So I'm okay with that. Oh,
Is that the
how
7?
they stand
Yeah.
when the pins are bouncing around and flying around or whatever.
It was.
That
Yeah.
was so good
Yeah.
for 9. But he'll pick it up, and he'll have that 11.
What about catering to 59-year-old guys?
Not them either.
Jesus.
I wasn't watching. Is he going to throw the ball straight, or is he going to hook at it for the spare?
I think pretty straight.
Okay.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure if he's using the system as well.
Oh yeah.
The 3-6-9 system.
No. The system where you just hook the lane for the 7, which he does in league play. You know, you throw it up first arrow and
The
hooks over
system.
there. That's the system.
The system.
Or the system failure if you miss it.
Here we go.
That 10
Yep.
out. So now we got a tie match here.
Yeah, and I think that's it. It was a lot about the speed. Yep. Yeah.
He come back and said they got really fast. I got 5-7.
Did he hear us talking back here about that?
No.
Did he just think he got fast because we said so?
I think so. You know, one guy that's never fast. I'm not.
Really? Chad's
Haven't
nodding
I haven't noticed.
Okay, come on, Jeff. Oh, okay. Talking about
Yeah.
fast, or did you just get it in?
I think what Dave
so
said
just get
in.
it down there. So you get it in too soon, but didn't get it out to the hook spot.
Correct.
Never saw the spot.
Yeah, exactly. Well, that's what I did all day.
Your ball never saw the spot.
Oh, it did for the first couple games. When the back ends were clean for all the urethane went down.
When they were crisp.
Oh, this could be a choppable spare.
Never stopped.
That's not good.
Just kept,
Good
That's how you
spare.
chop that spare off or
Just
whatever.
kept going.
kept going. Okay, there's another spot. Oh, we're gonna hook some more. Oh, another spot.
All right.
A lot of spots.
We got 3-pin match in the 6th frame.
out there.
Yeah. Where's the spot? What spot?
But for me, it was all over the lane.
Well, so was mine. Except for the first 2 games. Well, this is going to be in the pocket again. He's going to get 9 or a strike, which is he's been doing all day here. So
Well, and that is, that's the difference between the 2 games, regardless of the score, right? Is, I mean, Lump hasn't given away the head pin or the pocket
Right.
the whole game. It's just he has not shaped it through the pins the right way to get him down. Jeff has actually kind of flailed and missed a little bit of what he's got, in front of
his
him.
speed's been the same every shot.
Yeah.
Where Jeff is up and down.
Yeah.
I did see Langer miss a 10-pin earlier today, like in the first game.
Well, that's it. He should be throwing a spare ball. I'm going to talk to him about it after them.
Exactly. Well, he starts out with like 170, and or whatever. He's 50 under after 2. And then now he's leading the freaking tournament, going to win. Not the first time I've seen that happen.
He needed to wait for him to come to him. They finally came to him.
Exactly. Mine'd go way too fast. But he's got a 2-pin lead in the 7th frame of a championship match by keeping the ball in play. Wait for your opponent to make the mistake.
Yeah.
Oh, that was
And on maybe his biggest mistake of the match,
yes.
he collapses one of the bigger strikes
Wow.
of it.
That
Yeah.
was the 4-7-10 for sure that just tripped out of there or whatever. So. And that was probably a perfect leaving a dead 10 the frame before. He's trying to get more on it. He did, and it looked really good. And then it just
I think he tried to shape it.
and then that happens again.
He tried to shape it and it was slow. And
That's the same lane, isn't it?
Yep.
Yeah.
Move further left, Jeff.
More left or more?
How about a turn of events? Going through the nose, breaking up the split for a strike, and then leaving a 5-7 for the guy who throws more revs than anybody.
Right.
So Jeff has to have this strike. I said he needed, well, at first I was saying he needed 220. Well, it's not going to be that, but he has to get to 200.
Yeah. And let's be honest. I mean, Lump's lack of good fortune
Yes.
has kept Jeff in the match.
Langer's got 2 strikes this game and both tripped out 4-7s. Otherwise, everything is half pockets.
Yeah.
So he needs this strike. Has to have this strike. Yeah.
Yeah, he wound up on that one a little bit.
So he's going to have 190 max. And I can't see Langer opening at all. He's going to go spare, and win the match.
Yeah.
So this is where George Peterson will bring it up. You go up, you throw your best shot, leave a dead 10, pick it up. Do your best shot, leave a dead 10, pick it up, you win the match.
Yep. And then you move. Oh, wow.
Now it's over.
Yeah.
So you didn't have to pick it up.
Yeah. That's
But it was over on the
third.
5-7.
Yeah, the second 5-7
Second
was
5-7
the yeah.
and the
Yeah, but it took the wind right out of the sails there. But that was, I mean, Jeff had good fortune to get by the other matches, but that is his third single pin spare in the stepladder that he's missed also.
This was frustration, I think, on that 10 pin.
Yeah. Well, there's the first not
Not 9
quite,
count,
not quite to the pocket. And it's he's a good spare shooter. This isn't an easy spare.
You don't want to be shooting this spare on
No, I'd
this
rather shoot a
isn't-
5 pin.
Yeah.
No, I'd rather shoot the
This
9
is
pin.
no gimme.
I'd
No,
rather shoot the
not
$1
at all.
million 9 pin
Yeah.
if I needed a spare to win a match. He'll pick this up. Well, you just got to pick up. He's got to spare one of these 2 frames to shut him out.
My question is, he looking at it, or was he doing straight up?
Yeah. Yeah. There we go. I figured he would with the dead wood or the double wood,
Double wood, yeah.
but
Eight's a winner.
Throw your best shot, leave a dead 10. You got the championship in there, right there.
Shoot 7-1 is a winner.
Just leave the solid 5.
Miss it by 2 arrows. Or hopefully he doesn't.
Oh,
Hopefully he doesn't shoot.
all right. Number 20. Finally got to that 2-0 mark for the championships there, Lump.
the second fastest player. Never mind.
No. I never figured out, and I can't do this
The
now.
slowest best player to ever get to 20.
The least number of tournaments bowled per title.
Oh yeah, sure.
I think Wayne Hathaway still has that, whatever, just because it was in the 80s and before we kept track of a lot of stuff. But John Cryer was right up there because he won a lot.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Amount of time. But so the least amount of tournaments bowled per title, we don't know that
That's a good stat.
because we can't figure that out because
Winning percentages.
well, yeah, we don't know. Years ago, I was talking to Will Matafee about this today because he's doing the stats.
Yeah.
We don't know from it was about 1990-ish before that we don't know who bowled the tournament. We only knew the prize list. So we didn't have all those stats.
Yeah.
Whatever,
So you don't know if he bowled 8, 10,
Yeah,
12
right,
that
we don't
year.
know for
Yeah.
sure, but,
Yeah.
all right, 195 clean for a
Yeah, before the
20th
interrupts.
CBA title for David Langer.
Before
The last
US.
tournament he bowled was the year-end CBA at Super Bowl. He won that one.
He did.
So he's bowled the last 2 tournaments he's bowled. He won.
I remember.
Yeah.
I know why you remember.
We all remember it. Whatever. It is.
I know why you remember, Jay.
And now you carry the 510. Yeah, exactly. Nice tournament, Jeff.
Jeff Walther, great tournament. You bet.
Persevered through a lot of stuff and
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of ups and downs for sure. That whole bit.
So another tournament in the books, Jason.
Oh, we made it.
Another good tournament for you and your wife and daughter for helping.
Yeah. Crack staff did a good job
they
today. They worked way better and harder than I did.
I gotta take off right away because I'm gotta get home and pack, and I'm going to Caribbean Cruise
heading
tomorrow.
out. February 16th, I believe, is
That's
what that
Super
date
Bowl?
was. That's Super Bowl, so that's our next one
That's
here.
nicer because it's closer to my house.
Yes, and then I think it's March 14th. That's the Minnesota Team
16th.
Challenge. Is it the 16th? Okay.
Sunday the 16th.
Yeah.
At Concord.
At Concord, yep. So if
By the
you
way, the Lakers the Lakers won.
already got you down.
That's in there.
Got you down.
And then April 5th and 6th or somewhere there is the year end.
Yeah.
And anybody who doesn't have their 4 tournaments in, We count the team challenge as a tournament bowled.
Yep.
I talked about it earlier. We don't count that for points or anything else, just tournament bowled, where the doubles counts as a tournament bowled.
And a title.
And prize and money,
Yep.
but not average or anything, whatever.
Yep,
So,
yep.
Other than that, good tournament again.
Thank you.
Is that it?
Thanks for hanging out, doing the commentary, and we'll see you all next month.
Hey, thanks.